Alright, we are back with the final video, the final stream on this topic. The last one. Uh, I did want to do this earlier. Things happened. Things happened, so I didn't do it earlier. But, we are here now. And I am wrapping up some development notes. Give me a sec. Okay, so we're getting back into this. Man, this is the last one, bro. The last one. And then we can rest this topic. Put this topic to rest. So last time we left off with learning the differences between artificial difficulty and self-imposed difficulty. And we understood what a bullet sponge was. And we understand that artificial difficulty and self-imposed difficulty are not the same thing. That's what we found out in the last stream. Objectively. That's what we found out. So now, I don't remember what the last 10 minutes of this video is. So let's just get into it. Let's figure out what's going on. And we can just forget this, cause holy bro. I hope I've made my point throughout these videos here. I really genuinely hope I've made some points and people can think about. I really do. I don't want people to mindlessly defend the game because they like it. You know, I want people to actually like critically approach whatever medium that they are looking at. I know some people might be like, "Oh, you kept bringing up these topics with Breath of the Wild and Smash Bros and Xenoblade Chronicles X. Let's hear you get critical about them since you want to be critical about my favorite game, Genshin Impact." Okay, I need you guys to relax. Any game that I play, that I go and I uh, thoroughly appreciate or I really like, anyone who knows me knows that I am still critical about the games that I like. Anyone who knows me. They know that no game is spared when it comes to me. I will be heavily critical about whatever game, whatever medium I am intaking. Okay. And just because I like it, that doesn't mean that it's without flaws. Because guess what? Nothing is perfect. We might say that it's perfect, but I think when people say when I say that something is perfect, I am saying that it is as close to perfection in my eyes as possible. But that doesn't mean that it is objectively perfect. And I think that just needs to be said. Anyway, let's jump on into this. So let's get the ball rolling so we can clean up around here. Oh, I guess I need to change my screen, right? Go ahead and do that. Where it is? There it is. Okay, let's get into this.
No, I want the fight to feel like it's balanced around the enemies and good decision making versus balanced around having a specific type of character on the team.
Yeah, so again, like I said, you want the fights to not be around team composition creation and
Not
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He didn't say team composition. He just didn't say that. That's not what he said.
team
be about
composition
live combat with
around
dominant pairs.
one specific mechanic that only certain characters in the game have, and then making it so that the boss fight feels like shit unless you forcefully slot that character in.
But every character can get through it though.
Every character objectively cannot. We've already said that Cloran just can't do it to this specific boss that we were referring to earlier. Anyway, every character cannot effectively every character cannot effectively interact with this mechanic, and some characters can interact with this mechanic far easier than other characters, and that is the problem. If you don't see that, I feel like you're purposely closing your eyes to that issue. It might not be a big issue, but it becomes an annoyance. We're trying to get rid of the annoyances.
So I'm not understanding the problem.
Yeah, and that's the key word. Feels like shit.
So it feels shit to use the other characters. So the problem is that
It feels bad to use the characters that don't um effectively interact with the mechanic. And so if you want an easier time or if you want a more efficient time uh playing the game, you have to switch to a specific character that can just completely obfuscate that mechanic. Or or for the most part shave the amount of, I would say, arbitrary tactic that's involved with this mechanic.
Shalonen should not be able to climb the pillar easily.
Yeah, it's back to artificial difficulty.
Okay, so it's okay if Zylonen can climb the pillar easily as long as the other characters don't have an arbitrarily annoying time climbing the pillar. Some characters have to jump and sprint at a very specific timing at a specific angle just to climb the pillar. That's absolutely ridiculous. Just make it so that people can just jump onto the pillar. Come on now.
Okay, that's not artificial difficulty because if anybody can do it, it's fine.
No,
Based on your
that,
definition.
no, we're not going there. I'm putting my foot down on that
All right,
one.
fine. Let's just say you don't like that Shalonen.
He's getting mad that he can't he can't go with his his angle. He's getting mad that St. Totas is going, no, we're just not doing that. You're not about to string me along and go down this completely different path. Oh man.
Shalonen can do it easily, and the not long characters can do it easily, and you don't want to learn how to do it on the other characters.
I don't like that they're putting mechanics like that in the fucking game. Not that
I understand that.
Yeah, that's what we don't like here.
Okay, so that's fine to not like that. There's no problem with disliking a hard mechanic or a mechanic that.
That mechanic is not hard. It's just annoying. Because if we wanna boil down what this mechanic is, it is jump on top of the platform and hit the thing that's on top of the platform. That's what this mechanic is. The problem is that it's not normally climbable like other structures of its exact same nature. And certain characters can just jump up on top of the pillar, as are other characters they have to line themselves up at a certain angle. They have to sprint and jump at a specific timing in order to get on top of the pillar. Just make it so that every character can simply jump on top of the pillar or just climb the pillar regularly. Just do that.
It's
adds
not a
layer
hard
of
mechanic. It's an artificial difficulty mechanic.
Okay, so then you want it to be
Nothing's
a more.
hard.
I do want to say, it's kind of the same thing for the Geo cube, where it spawns the pillars, and it's way easier if you just bring a Claymore character to just break the pillars. While if you bring like Catalyst characters or Polearm characters, you're gonna have an awful time fighting that boss. Just an awful time. I think that bringing any character that can deal physical damage should just be able to break those pillars. Not instantly, but like they should all be able to chip damage the pillar. I see no reason why they should not be able to do that.
About
live
pulling
combat
Shalonen and
Okay,
then
so
pressing
you want to
E
more
and
live
then,
combat.
Honestly, any damage should just chip away at the pillar. If I'm gonna be absolutely honest, any damage. And sure, you could say that overload or geo damage deals more damage to the pillars. You could say that, right? Like you can give a benefit to those elements, but everything else should be able to do chip damage to those pillars, or at least like not have it be an obnoxious, not allowed to have an obnoxious amount of health. so that you have to sit there like mashing the attack button until it falls down.
One-shotting the
right?
pillars.
I see.
That's not hard.
Okay, so you want it to be a more live combat experience that doesn't revolve around mechanics in a boss fight, and you want it to parry at specific times, like in
I don't understand why Sekapoko can't simply just repeat what Saint Tontas is saying. Like he already gave an example of what he wanted. Why can't you just repeat what he said and then call it a day? I don't understand why he can't just say that. Why is he saying something that's not the same as what Saint Tontas is saying? I also am like saying things in a different light, but I am still containing the original point that's being made. He doesn't want mechanics that can obfuscate other units either entirely or partially. That's really the core of it.
Zenless Zone Zero and in Wuthering Waves, and when those fights have a more live combat experience at the right times,
You
then
don't even
are
have
able
to bring
kill
in
them
specific
easier.
examples like parrying or dodging or any of that. It's just mechanics that are not inaccessible unless you're pulling certain characters. It's about having mechanics that you can use regardless of who you have on the roster. That's the thing. Difficulty like that is fine as long as you are making it so that it isn't obviously shilling certain fucking units.
Promoting. We're replacing the word shilling with promoting certain units.
Okay, so you don't want it to look like it's shilling a specific character. Got it. Okay, so the problem is that they can never create a mechanic for a new character to easily get through, while other characters will have a more difficult time, but they get through. That's your issue with it, correct?
Just put in mechanics that are new and fresh, but not limited to certain members of the roster.
What new fresh mechanic are we talking about?
I literally just gave the example.
Is this a good comment? Hold on. Welcome to the stream. Unpopular opinion: Genshin enemies have had insane HP inflation when they should just have better mechanics. Enemies are being built to waste time in Abyss and force players to use new characters instead of letting players rely on strategy and or their unique team comps. Oh my goodness, somebody who gets it. Somebody who gets it. Oh my gosh. Now, is it that hard to understand? Because I genuinely don't think that's hard to understand. Genuinely. I don't think it's that hard to understand. I think this is like the most obvious information. Just make it so that enemies have actual mechanics so that you have to use skill to play against the enemies. To be fair, the skill ceiling once again is not that high in Genshin Impact, but anyway. Man, somebody who gets it. A rare specimen indeed. A very rare specimen indeed. Man. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't understand why the Spiral Abyss has to have such crazy HP inflation. I genuinely don't get it. I don't think it's necessary, and I think power creep needs to be completely toned down. I think here's what I think. If you have to rely on power creep to sell a character, I think that character is inherently bad. Or is at least is inherently flawed. If the big takeaway from that character is, oh, they do 1,000,000,000 damage, it's like, my guy, you couldn't have made them unique in a different way? Now, Malvika is unique, but the main reason most players got her is because she just does 1,000,000,000 damage. So now the next character they're gonna introduce has to now do like 1,000,000,000,000 damage, and then the next character after that has to do like 1,000,000,000,000 damage. Eventually, it's gonna get to the point where you have to have buffs for these older characters. You have to have supports that can only work with older characters, or and I suppose you can't change older characters because of China laws, which I think is just kind of unfortunate. I think you shouldn't be allowed to nerf the character, but you can only buff the character in order to make them sustainable throughout the life cycle of the game. But I suppose we're talking about other problems other than the one we're currently discussing. It doesn't make sense for Hoyo financially either. They're gonna rerun outdated characters like Klee, Eula, Child, Yoimiya, etc. How will they make money when they're seen as weak, and other unworthy of investment, and constantly pushed back further? Oh wait, constantly pushed farther back due to constant power creep. I'm just saying, man. How does it make sense? How does it make sense for them? And did you see the new chronicled banner, the new chronicled wish banner? There's like the majority of those characters are just they've been power crept into the ground. You mean to tell me that somebody really is gonna get Ayata when he's like far weaker than the current main DPS for Hydra, which is Nuvalette? Like he's far weaker. To be fair, Ayato has higher flexibility than Nuvalette because you can use him essentially as a battery. You could use him to fulfill a sub DPS role or Hydro application. You can use him in those different areas, whereas with Nuvalette, you can't really use him as an off-field Hydro applicator. You can't really use him as, I mean, you could use him as a battery. To be fair, you could use him as a battery. But you're not getting the same amount of flexibility out of Nuvalette. And yeah, and Inazuma has no. Inazuma does have a. Oh wait, do you mean like you might be talking about something else? Cause I'm thinking about standard units or standard characters. Cause Mizuki was their standard character. Can we talk about how questionable Mizuki is? Why did they make that character? The only few characters I can see being worth pulling is Kazuha and maybe Ayato and Ayaka due to Escoffier saving freeze teams, but anyone else, not meta or power creep. Yeah, I mean Ito didn't really get helped that much with Xylonin, and like genuinely didn't get helped that much. A person that knows Genshin, welcome. Yeah, yeah. This is a rare individual right here. Somebody who gets it. Someone that can genuinely criticize Genshin and not be butthurt about it. Oh man, just very rare. Very rare. But yeah, Ito is just matter of fact, I need to pull up a cuz I don't remember all the characters for the chronicled wish banner. I looked at it once and I was like, I don't know, like these characters are just not great. Like genuinely. Kokomi's okay, but I think she needs to heal more or apply hydro for longer for her to be good. In these later like game situations. Is it 5.6 I think? And if I can get an image. Okay. You've been playing Genshin since 2021. You can definitely see the flaws, and as a non-meta player, it sucks to struggle in the Abyss due to every enemy just being a time waster. Oh my gosh, somebody who gets it, bro. Somebody who gets it. I genuinely welcome you, because, man, I've been dealing with this kind of stuff for too long. Too long. And then there's so many people that are like, oh, Genshin has no flaws. Genshin is a perfect game. And I'm like, guys, let's stop being disingenuous, please, for the love of God. Oh man. So yeah, let's see. We got Ayaka, we have Ayato, Yoimiya, Chiori, which oh my gosh, brother, this is such a I'm okay. I'm not gonna say she's a terrible unit, but bro, Chiyori being a Albedo side grade is just why? Just why did they do that? You haven't played a lick, so I just watched the game being played. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think okay. I think Genshin is fun for the combat aspects. There's too many things that get in the way of the combat aspects that I can't really recommend people playing the game. Because if you want to get into the combat, you have to pull for these characters, and there's like 94 characters, and then for you have there's like a ton of hours of story content that's a drab to get through. They just yap constantly. Like there's too many things that get in the way from you playing the video game. On top of that, they've been adding more enemies. Yeah, and adding them is in several waves. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes the wave content is good, but there's characters that don't do well in wave content. So it does kind of obfuscate certain characters, but it's not that bad as the Natlin mechanics. The Natlin mechanics are just ridiculous to me. There were times we had like 15 enemies as one wave, and now we're getting like three to five at a time, and we need to kill 30. Yeah, that's a pain. That is genuinely a pain. This recent Abyss, they did like spawn in what, like maybe 8 enemies at a time. I think they should just spawn in like 20 enemies at a time if it's gonna be wave based content. If it's gonna be like AoE content, they need to spawn in like 20 enemies. I don't understand why they don't do that. And honestly, I think they should make um 2 separate modes for single target and AoE content. I don't it's cool if you have like a flexible option where it kinda sorta does both, but then like I feel like you're doing too much work to balance for that. And it's more time wasting because we gotta let them load in another group together. Yeah. You know what I really, really, really don't like? When it's a wave based content and you have to kill all those enemies in that part of the wave before it spawns the next group of enemies. I genuinely don't like that. Like it does that in the recent Abyss where there's like 8 or 10 enemies that are out on the field at the same time, but there's this one enemy that stays far away from everyone and just shoots at you from a distance, and you have to kill him for the next wave to spawn in. I genuinely hate that. But what's weird is that they have like a mixed rotation of that where if you kill one enemy, another enemy spawns, or then they'll have a situation where you have to kill that one enemy in order for the next wave to spawn. I don't understand why they do that. Just spawn in the next enemy. And then like my cooldowns could be lost because they didn't spawn in that next wave. I just don't get it. I think Hoyo also knows how good most Animo unit most Animo characters are due to being able to group enemies, because it seems like most enemies are starting to have a resistance to being pulled in or heavily staggered, or even spawning an enemy far enough away so that you can't group them, because they do that in the Abyss too. I have to move around in the Abyss with Kazuha because I can't just group everything in together from the middle of the stage. And I just think that's dumb, bro. Just and look, if you want people to not crowd control so much, maybe, don't have a bunch of enemies that run away from you, or will sit there and do nothing, or will make themselves intangible by teleporting away, or dig under the ground, or fly away. Maybe don't have enemies that do those things. Maybe if I don't have to spend a whole lot of time chasing the opponent, maybe I wouldn't use a character that requires me, or maybe I wouldn't use a character that scoops all the enemies all together. Maybe I wouldn't do that if I didn't have to chase the enemies all over the place. Maybe if the enemies just came to me, I wouldn't be doing that. But no, you have enemies that'll run away from you. They'll fly away, they'll dig away, they'll teleport away, they'll stand in the corner and shoot at you. I don't like enemies that do that. In certain areas, they are okay, but when you have like a bunch of those kinds of enemies and they have like a bunch of health, it just gets annoying. It's not difficult content, it's just annoying. And that's what Sekapoko also doesn't understand. He doesn't understand that it's not some it's not a matter of the enemy is hard or their mechanics are hard. It's just that they become annoying because they either obfuscate certain things or they don't allow you to engage. And I don't think that's a hard thing to understand, genuinely. But Sekapoko seems to like not want to accept that information. They're making us fight several enemies before a boss in the same chamber. Bro, I actually genuinely hate that. They've been doing that for multiple Abyss cycles, and I hate it every single time they do it. Because it's like, if you're gonna have a boss that has 8 billion HP anyway, just let me fight the boss. Why am I wasting time with these smaller enemies? The only time it makes sense to do something like that is if the timer isn't like a 3 minute, 5 minute, 7 minute timer, right? And the gimmick of that chamber or that floor or that end game mode is that you start out with no energy and you have to build your energy before you fight the boss. And the enemies that come before the boss don't have 8 billion HP as well. Because please tell me why the Teplosaurs have 50k HP for no reason. Like, why? Why do the baby Saurians have so much HP? I don't get that. I don't understand. They should be dying dang near instantly to any attack that I throw out. Same with the slimes. You mean to tell me that a slime is going to have like 80k HP at any given point in time? You mean to tell me that some measly hydro slime is going to survive any pyro attack? Or any cryo attack for that matter? Why? I think that's just not great. I think that's just poor design. Maybe not the worst design, but I think it is definitely poor design. The boss is hard enough due to having 4 million HP. Yeah, I just don't get it. I think the developers genuinely do not play their video game. And I've been saying that for a while. I just don't think they play the game because they don't seem to understand how annoying certain things in this game is. Or maybe the developers have accounts that are just stacked, that have maximum investment, and maybe they're playing the game at that level and they don't see how annoying they're making the game. Maybe that's what it is. But I think maybe if they're playing the game like that and the difference between like C0 and C6 being as huge as it is, I think what they should just do is lower the gap between C0 and C6. It shouldn't be like a monumentous difference between C0 and C6. Farzan is useless at C0. Useless. When you get her C6, she's finally a character. Child has a ridiculous cooldown at C0. Put him at C6, all of a sudden he's just an amazing top tier. Well, maybe not top tier, but he's an amazing Hydra DPS. Zhongli, he's just an E-bot. All you do is bring up his shield and that's it. But at C6, he becomes a unit that can heal your team, so you don't have to waste the slot on a healer. I just think they need to make actual full characters at C0, and all the other constellations need to merely be additional benefits. But hey, that doesn't make them money, right? That doesn't make them money. But these characters on this Chronicled Wish banner are just they're just the, honestly, I think the only real character in the long term that you're going to want is Kazuha. I think it's the only one that you're going to want. The others, I just don't think are worth the time. Geo is pretty much a dead element. Same with Cryo, honestly. Cryo's pretty much a dead element. Geo has been getting better, but it's only due to how certain characters work, like Navia or Xylonin. Like that's the only reason. Ayaka, I think, has just been a pretty botched character for quite some time now, because Cryo has been getting absolutely zero attention. I think there needs to be like some kind of elemental interaction between Dendro and Cryo to make them do something that buffs them. I'm a Cryo main and still works for me. Well, okay, I've recently been on the Kaya train, right? I've been recently been using a whole lot of Kaya. He's really fun. I just think that Cryo needs something more that doesn't require either freeze or melt. I think Cryo needs something to do with more like it either needs a reaction between um Dendro, or they need to make Superconduct a real elemental reaction that does something really good. Dendro Cryo's getting a reaction, yeah, but it's only in the what is it called? The Imaginarium Theater. It's only in there. I did see that reaction and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Why don't they just do that in the regular game? But that reaction is really cool, but it's only in the Imaginarium Theater. And that's the thing that bummed me out about it, unfortunately. But if they do bring that into the regular game, I think Cryo will finally be like what it always should have been. That's the only place. Yeah, it's only in the Imaginarium Theater. Unfortunately. As of right now, anyway. If they do bring it into the main game, that's a W. That's a W right there. And honestly, it'd be a W for not only Cryo, but also Dendro, because Dendro only being able to react with only being like meaningful with Hyper Bloom or regular Bloom, kinda bad. Aggravate is good sometimes, but only certain characters excel with Aggravate and Quicken. And their teams, to me, I feel like their teams are a little restrictive. Sometimes I try to make it work with like putting a Anemo unit in the team, but then I just can't swirl Electro because the Dendro is taking away the Electro, which I don't think I understand why that has to happen. I think if I have a Quicken aura or an Aggravate aura, it should still allow me to swirl Electro. But every time I've tried swirling in that instance, I know that what I would have to do is just apply Electro and then swirl the Electro before I put Dendro on, but I don't understand why I can't do both. Maybe it's a programming issue, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't understand why you can't just program a workaround for that. I don't understand why Electro still can't technically exist in that parameter and it can be swirled. I don't understand why that can't be the case, or why you wouldn't be able to program that in. Because all you have to do is make an attribute. And then when Anemo hits the opponent, and if that attribute is present, you swirl Electro. I think that you could just do that, but you might just need a big Electro applier like Yamiku Facial or Raiden, or as you said, apply Electro before Dendro. Yeah, but I don't think you need. I think that I think that that's doing too much. I think it's just better for them to add an attribute that says if Anemo comes into contact while this attribute is present, it should just swirl Electro. But that's my thoughts. I'm thinking far more into the programming aspect and why they should just be able to do that. But these are the Genshin developers, right? Like we still have no sighting on that recent, or not even recent. It's kind of an old survey now about the weekly bonuses and stuff like that. And that's again, that's something that has been in the game. They could just remove the daily limit. They could just do that. It's already in the game. It's not like it's some programming feat that they have to dig into the code and figure out. It's already in the game in 3 different places. Man. I think Anima should be able to swirl Dendro. I genuinely, honestly agree with that. I don't understand why you can't just swirl leaves. I don't get that. You know how in Kazua's Burst, there's like the Canadian leaf swirling around, or not Canadian, the maple leaf swirling around in the air? You mean to tell me that that can't just be a thing in the game? Like, why can't we have that reaction? Maybe, okay. Here's my, okay. If I am designing Genshin Impact, this is me at a design standpoint. This is what I would do. I would make it so that the elements react in this certain way for now, and then later on in a later patch where we go to a region, we emphasize different reactions for that element, or we add in new reactions for that element to keep that element fresh. That's what they did with Dendro. So okay. When Dendro came out officially, right, in 3.0, they made Dendro its own or they gave Dendro a bunch of new reactions that wasn't burning. And that was amazing when they did that. It buffed Electro. Officially. but they buffed Electro. They like Dendro was really good for Electro right then. And then I'm assuming when Cryo like officially comes out, or at least what they should do is they should make new reactions for Cryo. Or give it like some new kind of integration. They can still kind of retroactively go back and do things for Geo and Animo if they really wanted to, because there's still regions that we haven't went to for Liyue or Mondstadt. Like they could still do that, and as a developer, that's what I would do to make it a little bit more to refresh those elements and then breathe new life into those elements. That's what I would do. But I don't know what Genshin devs are doing, because a revamp of elements should have happened a while ago, if I'm to be honest. The Chenyu Vale, that is the Liyue expansion, right? Chenyu Vale? I hope so. I hope that's what that is. But yeah, they should have made Geo better. They should have given Geo another elemental reaction, or they should have buffed Crystallized. At the very least, make it so that Crystallized doesn't have paper thin shields by default. Make it so that Crystallized shields not only scale off of EM, but they scale off of defense, and they scale off of HP for all characters. I don't understand why they don't do that. Just buff the elemental reaction. Just buff it, please. I've heard rumors that they're going to add a new element sometime, but I don't know what they could add or what it would even do. I feel like another new element would oversaturate everything and make goblet farming 200 times worse. But here's the thing though, they could just make it, they could just not, they could make it easier. They could just make it easier. I think the biggest issue with like farming artifacts is the substats, and having the substats eventually roll into something you don't want. I also think that there should be some kind of fate point for the artifacts where if you don't get what you if you don't get the main stat you wanted, you can on the next artifact it is that main stat that you wanted. I don't understand why they don't do that. Geo should be able to be swirled by Anemo, create Sandstorm, which could chip away enemy shield or reduce their Geo resistance. Something. There's so much potential. Bro, when you said Sandstorm, I thought you were in my notes. I've been designing a an elemental system for a video game, and Sandstorm is one of those elemental reactions. Cause I also don't understand why they don't do things like that. I just don't get it. Well, okay, I do understand why they don't do Sandstorm in the way that I would do Sandstorm. And that's because Geo isn't something that you regularly can apply onto an enemy. It's not really a status effect like Dendro or Hydro or Pyro or Cryo. It's not really like that. Um so I think that's why they don't do a sandstorm kind of effect. I think if you're gonna do it, okay, so let's say you swirl the crystallize shards, right? I think maybe you could get around doing something with that. I think it's just I don't think they I think they feel limited as to what they can actually do, unfortunately. I feel like maybe I wouldn't say that they're running out of ideas when it comes to elemental reactions, but I think that maybe they're so set in stone with how their elemental reactions work that they're going to make either an arbitrary or an alternate version of elemental reaction so that they don't have to go and revisit these elements. It's like what they did with Osua, Numa, and Night Soul. Now we're gonna have let's see, what's it gonna be called? Uh the Frost Scion reaction or something like that. The Frost Scion uh alignment or something like that. They're gonna do something weird like that. I just man, I don't think they can. They need to. I feel like the developers need to play different games other than Genshin Impact. Even if they even do play Genshin Impact, right? Because there's a lot of times where I don't feel like they actually play the game. Because I'll be honest, some of these weapons that are in the game right now tells me that they don't play the game. Bro, Freedom Sworn is such a questionable weapon because there are multiple or multiple 4-star weapons that can be considered better than Freedom Sworn. But it also technically it depends on what your artifacts are looking like for your character. To be absolutely fair, because technically Freedom Sworn can be a lot better than some of the other 4-star choices. But I think it's just not balanced enough to make it like an objectively better weapon. I just don't think the balance is there. They could just rework everything. I don't think they are. I think they're too lazy to rework everything like that. fix older characters, fix old designs, revamp elements, reactions, make everything balanced again. Ooh, brother, you're asking way too much of them. Way too much. Way too much, man. Way too much. Cause you remember when they said remember when they said 3 years, 3 wishes? You're asking way too much. And then people were like, "Oh, this sanctifying elixir thing is completely useless, and we're not gonna use it." You know how many of those things I have? I don't think I've used a single one. I don't think I have used a single one of those sanctifying elixirs. Cause when I saw the actually, I don't think that's the name of the thing, the item. I don't even think that's the name of the item. They fixed it barely. What did they do in 5.5? Because what I remember is that I saw what they did and then I just ignored it because it wasn't enough from what I remember. But I think I have I have 7. So, I mean, what did it do? I don't even know where that item is. Let's see. I think it's this artifact transmuter. Consume sanctifying elixir to generate artifacts through the process of definition, or consume artifacts to obtain sanctifying elixir through the process of extraction. But then can't you only do one of these? During each cycle, there is a limit on both the amount of sanctifying elixir that can be extracted and the number of times that artifacts of each set can be defined. And what is that limit? Artifacts draw their power from stories. Oh, that's just story stuff. When you craft an artifact, your substat choices are guaranteed to have at least, I think, 2 rolls. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. So if you pick crit rate and crit damage, you can roll 2 times. Or you can roll. You can go into crit. You can go into rate damage or. Okay, two rolls can go into crit rate or damage. Yeah, I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough. I think that's a dumb system. Genuinely, I think that's a dumb system. I think what you should be able to do is combine artifacts and just take the substats you want. Like you pick 4 substats from, let's say you have to have 4 artifacts, right? They don't have to be leveled. You just have 4 artifacts. And you pick either 1 or 2 substats from each artifact. And then essentially it'll destroy those 4 artifacts and you'll get those substats that you selected as a main stat. It's not enough, but we all know they're not gonna buff it more, and I just think that's bad. I just think that's I don't understand why you would design a game and then add mechanics that are not fun or not empowering to the player. I don't understand why you would design things like that. But to be fair, this is like the corporate era of video games. So for people to do things like that, I think it's like commonplace now, because there are tons of players that will defend the multi-billion-dollar company just because it makes their game that they like playing. Look, I like Nintendo games, but I'm not gonna sit here and die on a hill for Nintendo. I'm not doing that. Like, what? I might like some PlayStation games and some Xbox games, but I'm not gonna sit here and die on a hill for them. But maybe because of the pandemic, right? Because of the pandemic, people have gotten extremely parasocial. So maybe that's just affected the landscape. It's unfortunate, but I mean, it is what it is, I suppose. There's no way we can change it unless we all come together and understand that the multi-billion-dollar company is not inherently our friend. used to defend Hoyo pretty hard, but they're getting so bad that I'm drifting away quick. Hey man, I think the first time I was not on Genshin's side was actually extremely early on into me playing Genshin. But I think the reason why I was very quickly against them, or not against them, but I was very quickly not going to defend them like that, is because I have seen multiple game franchises that I've just thoroughly enjoyed dart off in a direction that I just didn't like. I think it's kind of a curse. I'm not gonna lie. Like Sonic, Pokemon, The Legend of Zelda, um, Mario hasn't done it quite yet. Odyssey had me looking at him kind of funny, but Odyssey hasn't done it quite yet. Smash Bros has been ruined for me. Xenoblade has been ruined for me. They just keep going in directions that I just don't like. It's just so unfortunate. Every single franchise that I like has ended up in this predicament. Kirby has done it to me too. Kirby, oh my gosh, man. When Kirby Star Allies came out, I was so devastated. Oh, it's not. I'm not saying that the game is bad or anything. I just wanted another Return to Dreamland. That's all I wanted. And then they did something, you know. Look, man, I want a new 3D Mario that isn't a sandbox-esque game. I I want a new Super Mario Galaxy. Please, just give me Super Mario Galaxy 3, please, for the love of God. Please, that's what I want. Please. Or give me a Super Mario Sunshine 2, please. Don't mention Metroid, please. Look. Look, man. You know what? You know what's interesting? Metroid and Donkey Kong already fulfilled the prophecy. But Metroid and Donkey Kong made a comeback. I really enjoyed Donkey Kong Country Returns, and then Tropical Freeze was questionable, and now we have a new 3D DK. So, you know, Metroid Other M was the worst game of all time. I hated that game. But then they brought it back with Samus Returns, Metroid Dread, and now we have Metroid Prime 4. Okay, hold on. I shouldn't say Metroid Prime 4 because there were certain things that made me look a little, give him a side eye. There were some things that I had the side eye in Metroid Prime 4, but hopefully Metroid Prime 4 is going to be elite. And apparently they're already making Metroid Prime 5. Apparently they're already working on it. So, fingers crossed. Mario Kart World is ugly. Oh, dang. The characters look too cartoony, but I know Nintendo might keep it that way. I I think yeah, I think Mario Kart World looks I think it looks goofy for sure. I genuinely do think it looks goofy. Um the good thing for me though is that gameplay wise it looks okay. I think the things that I don't like about Mario Kart World on the gameplay aspect is the grinding on rails and the wall running. I thought it was interesting with the wall jumping. I don't like how it initiates wall riding. I don't like that. I don't like that you can just jump onto the wall and then all of a sudden you're riding on the wall. I don't like that. I think if it took more of a Mario Kart 8 approach where if you have the momentum to ride along the wall, then I'd be okay. But because you can just ride on the wall, it just looks dumb to me. I just remember Daisy got some melanin back, so I'm happy. Agreed. Agreed. Thoroughly agreed on that one, man. Thoroughly agreed. Oh my goodness. You haven't played a DK game since DK64? What? Bro, we gotta put you on the DK Donkey Kong Country Returns, man. We gotta get you onto that, man. That game's nice. Some of them later levels are questionable. Questionable. Not hard, but definitely questionable. Alright, we don't have that much long in this video. Let's just go over the rest of this. Going way off topic.
Example of like the ZZZ with the parry dog. I'm certain.
Well, I talked about them and then you said not to talk about them, so now I'm confused.
What I
Oh my gosh, Sekapoko is just look, Sekapoko is really good with like when it comes to theory crafting for Genshin, even though theory crafting in Genshin doesn't really need to be as big of a space as it is, but this take that he has when it comes to power creep is so awful. Genuinely awful.
I told you not to talk about was me saying that I don't like mechanics at all. That's what I said. And
Okay,
this is the thing.
so-
I've already given an example of one mechanic that's done well, right? That every character in the game can access and use. You know, actually, the Papilla? The Papilla would have actually been good if it wasn't so obviously shilled towards Night Soul, where it has
Promoted. We're replacing the word shill with the word promoted. If it hadn't promoted Night Soul. And I agree, if every element in the game did the same amount of damage to the Papilla shield, it wouldn't be that big of a problem. They also need to tone down the transformations for the Papilla, and they need to make the enemies deal less damage, because I don't understand why they do so much damage and then they do like corrosion damage to you. Like, there's no reason for them to do that much damage. You get hit once and then like it's potentially damning for your character. Like, what? Come on, man. You're heading out? Oh, okay. I'll catch you later, my guy. I'll catch you later. Good to see you in here as always. After the video, I should review characters in your showcase. I mean, I'm down for it. I'm down for it.
has like a meter that builds up just from like taking damage or whatever, and then if you don't, it explodes and blows you up. The fact, if that wasn't obviously so shilled towards Night Soul points and like having Natlan characters to break it faster, that would have actually been a pretty good mechanic. Like,
I agree. I think that would have been a good mechanic if it wasn't so promoted or heavily promoted towards having Night Soul characters. Yeah, you could use burning. Yeah, you could use electrocharged. But for it to be so efficient towards for Night Soul to be as efficient as it is against that shield, I think that's kind of a crime. You know what? They could keep it they could keep it the same if that shield had half the health. If it had half the health, then I could understand. I'd be like, okay, well, this isn't that bad. I don't like it, but it's not that bad. It's not a pain to deal with. And I think the other enemies are called like Tenebris or something. Those enemies, if they didn't have as much health as they had in the Abyss, they didn't have as big of a shield as they had, and let's say that they had like lower resistance to all the elements and maybe just high resistance to physical, then I'd be okay. I'd be okay with that. But the way that they are right now, I just think they're just unbalanced.
A time limit to to fill up some meter on the boss, and the fact that it's obviously so shield towards Natlan is what makes it a problem. But if it wasn't,
so you don't want it to be easier when you have a specific character. That's the problem. Yes.
you're really
He really is just not. I don't understand how he's just not getting it. We just don't want characters to have. We don't want the enemies to have mechanics that take more damage from some characters over other characters solely because of some other mechanic that they have. Osua and Numa. Well, okay, so when Osua and Numa first was introduced into the game, I thought it was gonna be a huge issue because the enemies might take like a ton of damage from having a Fontaine character, or maybe some completely different attribute would take place because you have Osua and Numa mechanics. But that really wasn't the case. The Osua and Numa mechanics didn't really benefit Fontainians that much to a degree where you had to have them, or it would feel a little annoying to fight against some of the Fontaine enemies. It wasn't that bad. Honestly, it was kind of a throwaway mechanic. You use it if it's there. If it's not there, then whatever, you know. You didn't have to. You didn't feel forced into having Fontainian characters to deal with the Osua Numa mechanics.
generalizing it to such a high degree when I'm giving you specific examples.
I know. So you're saying it would have been a good mechanic.
Well, I guess I'm glad
right?
you recognize that you're doing it.
I'm not recognizing that I am being unfair. What I
So he says that he recognizes that he's not being unfair, but like, how would you know that you're not recognizing that you're being unfair? How would you know to say unfair in this scenario? How would you know to say that? Oh, I'm not recognizing that I'm not being unfair, because at no point did Saint Totas say that. So how would he know that he's being unfair or being perceived as being unfair prior to that? How would you specifically know to use that exact word? They were mostly good for puzzles. I saw them more as a little bonus. Yeah, and that's what they should have been. That's what Night Soul should have been. Night Soul should have just been a little bonus for these characters instead of being required to break an enemy shield. Like, I just don't. I don't understand why they do. It's like they specifically design mechanics to be annoying, and I am under the belief that whatever the new mechanic in Nodcry is going to be, I am in the belief that it's going to be something that's akin to Night Soul, where you have to have that mechanic, or certain enemies are just going to be a pain to fight. And again, that wasn't the case in Fontaine. Fontaine had its own regional mechanic, which is Osua Numa, but it wasn't so pushed into our faces and it wasn't so egregious that we had to utilize that mechanic. You know what's crazy? When I play a Nouvellette team, or not even a Nouvellette team, sometimes I play as my Freeze team with Farina, Charlotte, Xingqiu, and I think it's Layla. And I never use the Osua Numa mechanics, even when I'm in Fontaine. I have recently started using it because I was like, oh, maybe I should utilize the mechanic a bit more. But like, prior to that, I have not been using it. Previous to that, I just didn't pay attention to that mechanic at all because it wasn't necessary. It was a nice little damage bonus, but it wasn't required and it never felt necessary to have. But in Natlin, it feels necessary to bring a Natlin unit to deal with some of the BS that these enemies are presenting. And I just don't. Sekapoko is not picking up on that, and I don't get how he's not doing that.
I'm saying is I am trying to understand what your point of view is and what your problem with the gimmick is, and you're pivoting over like a lot of different things.
To say the Saint Tontas is pivoting here when his point is actually quite set in stone is crazy. Is actually crazy. To say that Saint Tontas here is pivoting is nuts. And if you're trying to understand his issues and his problems when he explicitly gives you an example of what he doesn't like, and to say that you still don't understand even though you were given a specific example is nuts. Dude probably dumped thousands into Genshin and refuses to admit any flaws. Agreed. I agree with that sentiment. Thoroughly agree with that sentiment. It's genuinely as though he just now Sekapoko, I'm quite certain that he does have like a stacked account because he has 3 accounts. He has 3 of them. So like of course, you know, he doesn't experience the game on the same level that casuals or low spenders or free to play players have. He doesn't see that experience. He doesn't have that perspective because this is his job now, so it doesn't really even matter. You know, he's maintaining 3 accounts. Brother, if I had to maintain 3 accounts, I would be so devastated on a daily basis. It would be painful. You hardly ever get any rewards in this game. They're super duper stingy when it comes to anything. If you try to build a character, you have to have a ton of Mora. You have to have a ton of experience books. Can I just say that experience books in this game is so dumb? Well, not dumb. I just think it's utilized in a poor way. Because I don't understand why early on I can gain experience and it's enough experience to level up characters. And when I say that, I mean fighting enemies, not going to the ley line disorders. I mean fighting enemies and gaining experience that way. Why is it that early on I can do that exact thing and earn a decent amount of experience to level up my characters, but now I can't do that? It'd be cool if, okay, so early on when I was playing this game, I thought it was cool to gain the experience books so that I can level characters when I wanted to level them. And they gave me enough experience books so that I could just level my characters freely. And it didn't feel like a chore, right? To earn experience books. But now I have to go to a ley line deposit in order to, or a ley line disorder rather, to grind a bunch of EXP books, and they only give you like 3 to 5 of them when I need like 300 to level up a character. I think it's ridiculous. Stop being so stingy. This game doesn't need to be stingy anymore. Early on, okay, so let's say the game is in its infancy, right? It's only been out for a year. I perfectly understand why the game is stingy then. But the game has been out for years, and there's a ton of story content in the game. Stop being so stingy. Like you just don't need to do that anymore. It's not necessary. It's not necessary to farm EXP books. It's not necessary to farm Mora. And honestly, it's getting to the point where it's not necessary to farm artifacts either. It's getting to that point. And honestly, it probably has been at that point. Same with talent books. Like it's not necessary anymore to be religiously grinding these things. Like, I'm not saying that they should just give us the items. I'm saying that over time it should be made easier. because it's just turned into a giant chore for no reason. The EXP books are a scam? Yeah. You do get more EXP books if you do that, but it's just either way, I just think it's annoying to do so. To even say that you have to go to some challenge to farm basic currency within the game, I think that's dumb. Early on, I could excuse it, but now I can't excuse it because it's just getting to the point where it's completely ridiculous to do so. The little events where they give you double, that should just be the default now. If I'm gonna be honest, that should just outright be the de facto amount that you get. And then they could have an event where you get quadruple the amount, right? Or double the, double the bonus amount, right? There's so many things, there's so many quality of life features that could be implemented into this game, but then they want to give you, oh, you can search your mail now. Who asked for that? I can search into my gift mail? Like, I've already opened the mail. Why do I need to search into the mail now? And if I really wanted to go and read the mail like that, I can just go find them on a wiki. Like we live in the age of the internet, my guy. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, this is an online game, so it's not like people can say, oh, well, I don't really use the internet, but you're using the internet in order to play the game. You have to be online. Like, come on, bro.
So I'm trying to understand you, so just focus on one thing at a time.
I'm not pivoting. What I'm doing is I'm bringing specific examples of pretty much every single thing that I'm talking about. I'm bringing specific examples of specific mechanics.
So you got a specific example, and I'm trying to understand your example.
You're basically generalizing them into like a phrasing that makes it seem like I'm trying to talk about more things than I am.
Okay, say
you've actually done that maybe 3 or 4 times on the call.
He's done that more than just 3 or 4 times, to be fair. Saint Tontas is being very generous by saying 3 or 4 times. I haven't counted per se, but it definitely has been more than 3 or 4 times, for sure. Definitely.
Be real here. I give you a really specific example, and then you generalize and like break it down into like rudimentary language to make my specific example apply to more things than what I'm actually saying.
And he has done that multiple times, which is actually crazy. Your AR-60, you're using condensed resin, and gives me what, 8 to 10 purple EXP bucks? Yeah, it's insane, bro. You need 300, yeah. I just don't get it, man. I don't understand why they do that. A day's worth of resin should give me only 40 to 50 EXP bucks. I think that at this point, earning EXP books shouldn't be a chore at all. I think they kind of should just be given to you. I mean, they do give them to you in certain quests, but they give you like 3. Give me like 20 for a quest. I don't understand why they don't. I don't understand that. It feels more worth it. You just go to the teapot and buy them. Yeah, because you get like 20 at a time. Oh man, I just look. I genuinely am irritated by how much you have to grind in this game, and I just don't like grinding. I don't think. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and say that nobody likes grinding, but I think grinding in this method is just bad. It doesn't feel like I'm working towards leveling up the character because I can only level them up like 1 level. Like that's not enough, bro. Hardly even 1 level. I think they need to add a new talent book, or not talent. They need to add a new EXP book. Make it a gold one that gives you like 4 times the amount the purple ones do. Or 5 times. That's even better. 5 times. And then I can farm that one. And if I am like AR 50 and above, do not ever give me a purple book. Never. I never ever want to see a purple book. Only give me gold ones. Only give me gold ones. Because it just doesn't make sense. And let's say if I have a gold book and I don't use all, or I use more experience than what's needed, refund that to me. Same thing what they do with the elixirs, same thing they do with the ore deposits. Just refund me if I'm paying too much for this one level. Grind for EXP bugs. Grind for more. Grind for artifacts. Grind for essential material. Grind for enemy drops. Grind for talent boosts. Grind for weapon materials. Grind for primos, pulls, sigils. Yeah. It definitely is too much grinding. It's less grinding than Warframe, because grinding in Warframe is just a pain and a half. But it's still an unnecessary grind for sure. Grinding in this game is just unnecessary. I get why they want me to grind, but I think they need to reduce the amount of grinding that's necessary. As a matter of fact, either give me 2,000 resin per day, right? Either give me 2,000 resin per day, a resin overflow, and make the resin refresh like 4 minutes. Either do things like that, or you make it so that everything doesn't require resin for me to grind. Let's say that I want to grind weapon materials. Then I have to spend ore. I have to go and farm white iron or the black iron deposits, and I have to give you like 100 ore in order to do the challenge or whatever, to get weapon parts or weapon materials. And then for talents, let me give you food or some other like overworld material, you know? Like, don't make it so that everything is automatically time gated. It just takes too much resin. Or just give me a discount for the resin. Like, I don't understand why certain artifact domains cost so much resin. I don't get that. Like, everything costs either like 40 or 20 or 30. Like, just make it like 5, 10, 20. Do that, man. You want 320 resin cap? You want 320 resin cap and no cap on condensed resin. Oh my goodness. Why can I only have 5? Why can I only have 5? What is the point exactly? And to be fair, I understand why these restrictions are made early on in the game. Again, if it's like the first year the game's been out and you have these restrictions early on, I get it. But every single year the game has been out, these restrictions need to be rolled back, you know, little by little. They need to be rolled back, because I do not understand why you're limited so much. Remember when we got 240 resin? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. When they gave us 240 resin, I felt no difference. And the reason why I felt no difference is because the refresh rate didn't change. It's still 8 minutes. It's like, okay, well, I get to do one more artifact domain. Great. Phenomenal. that's so good. So good that I can do one more artifact domain. That's just amazing. And you know what sucks is that if you want to do trounce domains, you have to spend like 30 or 60 resin. But then if you do that, you might end up with 10 resin. And then that 10 resin is going to end up being useless. And then you either have to log in and make sure that you don't cap out, or you just have to burn it, right? Because then you're wasting those 10. I just think if they made it 5, 10, 20, it would be more understandable. Because then I can play the game more. I have more gameplay throughout the day. Instead of 5 minutes of gameplay per day, and then I have to wait 24 hours for more gameplay. I also think that's ridiculous. It's a video game. I meant to play the game. And if you're going to have so much content in the game, you might as well let me play the game, no? Almost have 100 playable characters to build and farm. Yeah, I have a bunch of characters that I do want to build further. I just can't because I don't have enough resin. I don't have enough materials because not only do they want me to spend like 1 billion materials, but they also don't want to give me the materials that I need. I think it's dumb. I think it is dumb. And it's just they're just doing too much.
Don't worry, I've recognized it.
Okay.
That's why
so
I'm not
what is
letting
the
you talk
problem
every
with that
time
when
it
it ties
happens.
into your other arguments?
What?
What's the problem with doing such said thing?
Because
And
I
it ties into your
mentioned
other
that
arguments.
I don't like a specific mechanic being shilled, and then you say, so you don't like team building. I say that I want a mechanic, right?
Oh, okay. So
where
it's,
like
I'm
a shield,
simplifying it too much.
where it's like a shield where everybody.
Saint Tontas literally said that you're simplifying it and construing it to something completely different from what he was saying, and he's just now understanding that he simplified it too much. Like Sekapoko, my guy, like come on, what's going on here? Don't even get me started on trounce domains, bro. They cost way too much, bro. We can do 3 of them for 30 resin, and after that it's 60 resin. But what I hate is we can only do a domain once a week. Yeah. We need 18 trounce materials per character and 1 to 3 chance. Yeah. And they brought that up in the survey, but like they know the answer. They know that people don't like this. They know that. They know that it's been years and people are fed up with it. Again, it was okay at the beginning of the game. It was okay then. But it's just not okay now because there's way more things in the game. You're only limited to doing these 1 or 2 things when we only have 1 or 2 things available. But now that we have 100 things available, you're still limited to these 1 or 2 things. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But they don't want to make the game better for the player because people are spending, they're still earning billions of dollars anyway, right? So there's nothing that they can do wrong. Man.
Buddy can damage it, and then I just don't want the Papilla shield to be shield towards Natlan, and then you generalize it to, so you don't want
That's what people do
characters
when they're
being
trying to
better at
understand you,
specific things.
Oh, he's interjecting and not letting him finish, and he's doing that because he's getting called out and he doesn't like that. Okay, well, I'm not in his head. I can't say that that's what's happening definitively, but like that's what it's coming across as.
They're trying to understand you. It's not a gotcha. I'm trying to understand you. Okay? So what you're trying to say,
I'm trying to understand you, even though you're giving me specific examples as to what you're saying, but I'm still trying to understand you, but I just don't get it. Is what's happening here, and that's crazy. He's being disingenuous. That's all it is.
I don't like when mechanics are shilled toward Natlan characters. Specifically, what you said. I am trying to understand the deeper meaning to what you are saying. So in
But like, is the deeper meaning was already explained? No. Was it not already explained like multiple times? And if are you so dense that you can't just automatically infer that maybe their nation specific mechanic, because we're specifying Natlan, so maybe their nation specific mechanic is introducing something that is causing grief amongst players? Can we not infer that kind of information? Or is he too deep in theory crafting for Genshin Impact that he can't understand that? Like, what's going on there?
understanding
Yeah,
the deeper
so
meaning,
this is the deeper
what
meaning.
do you
I
mean
don't
by that?
like obtuse and annoying fucking mechanics to be put into the game that are obviously only being used to sell the newest characters. And that once you pull
Great.
the newest characters and pull them, then all of these all the annoying stuff disappears.
Great. So you would like them to be the same level of difficulty.
So why doesn't he just say the exact same thing that Saint Tontas is saying? Like, why doesn't he just say that? Why doesn't he just repeat what Saint Tontas is saying in this scenario? Because what he's doing right here is just saying something that's not what Saint Tontas said. Again, for the billionth time.
For all of
I
the
would
characters.
Saint Tontas didn't even say anything about difficulty. He was talking about annoying mechanics and region locking. Like, he didn't even say difficulty.
the game to
Correct?
be balanced.
You would like the game to be balanced around what?
Balanced in a way where they're not obviously shilling the newest on-banner characters.
Promoting the on banner character, because again, people are not gonna understand shilling.
Because the amount of
Okay, so
shilling
you
they've
want
done
the
in
game
Natlan
to not
is
appear
absurd.
greedy in that regard. So
Because
if you
the game makes billions of dollars every year. The game has gone ahead. They've inflated HP.
Okay.
And that wasn't enough, right? Now they're making it so that the newest bosses, the newest endgame, all the new content is a pain in the fucking dick. Exploring Natlan, pain in the dick, unless you pull all the newest characters.
I think it's only a pain in the dick to explore a region that's pretty much the same as the other regions.
Are we gonna really sit here and say that exploring Natlan is the same experience as exploring Fontaine, or exploring Mondstadt, or exploring Inazuma, or exploring Sumeru, or exploring Liyue, or Chenyu Vale, or the underground chasm, or like, are we really saying that it's the same exploration? Are we actually saying that? Like, for real? You know what? The other guy sold me Genshin is peak. y'all are complaint impact players. Oh, yo, take my money. $1 billion isn't enough for the company to have. Make another game with the same gacha system and power creep them immediately. That makes games fun. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't think Sekapoka gets it, bro. He either genuinely does not get it, or he does get it, but he's being disingenuous on purpose to make himself look good in the guise of the players that really will go out of their way to bat for Hoyoverse. It's either one of those two things, and if it's not one of those two things, he needs to tell me specifically. He needs to tell me what it is and why he's not understanding. Because I genuinely don't think it's difficult to understand the point that Saint Tontas is making. I don't think it's that hard. But okay, let me play devil's advocate here. Maybe it's hard for him to understand because his accounts are at a point where he doesn't need to put any investment into them. So he sees the game as super easy and all the characters are at their max potential. And so he doesn't need to try and fight against this game's systems or mechanics because he's already at that upper echelon for his characters, for his account at that matter. Maybe that's why he's not understanding. And to that, I would have to say, go touch some grass. And I'm not even trying to be mean when I say that. I know it comes across that way. But you need to go touch grass and understand the perspective of this game from somebody else's point of view. Casual players are not going to have the same experiences that he has because he just has everything. Like, a new player is going to hate Natlin. Not objectively, but like the new player experience for Natlin in the end game of Natlin, and I know that it's a little disingenuous to say new players in end game, right? Because obviously new players aren't going to be able to do anything with the end game. But they're just not gonna like it because they have to have this new shiny character on banner to make the end game easier for them. And I'm not even saying easier in terms of actual difficulty. I'm saying easier in terms of less annoying. Because those mechanics are just simply annoying. Now, he's intentionally being oblivious in defense because he knows these complaints are valid. That's tough. I was trying to play devil's advocate here, but you're like, nah, shut all that down. But he doesn't share the same opinion, so he's acting like it's hard to be frustrated with the direction the game is going. He probably wailed on characters and the game is easy peasy for him, but what he needs to do is start a new account and budget $200 in the game. But one of his accounts is, from what he said, one of his accounts is a free to play account. And what I'm not understanding is how he doesn't get that experience if one of his accounts is in fact a free to play account. I'm not getting that. Do not get any new characters and see how it goes. Oh, if somebody was only allowed to play with the 1.0 free characters, man, I wonder how that would go. Let's say you can only play as the free characters that you get within the story. So Lisa, Kaya, Barbara, Noelle, Bennett, Zhangling, Lynette, Kale, and Kachina. Oh man, I don't think you'd have a very good time in the game. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you're gonna have a good time. Genuinely, I don't think you're gonna have a good time. I think it's gonna be pretty annoying. Obviously, Bennett and Zhangling would put in pretty good work for you, but that's only because those characters are overtuned. I think the only other characters beyond those two that would be able to help you in any meaningful regard would be, let's say if you built them to be at their absolute peak, would be Barbara. Not for Hydra application, but well, yeah, for Hydra application. Like let's say on a Bloom team, let's say you put Barbara on an EM kit, right? You put her on EM. You have a Kale, and you have Lisa. I think that's like the only, and then I guess Lynette too on that team. I guess that would be like the only way that team would be good in today's end game. but it's only good because you have Hyper Bloom. You'd have to have EM Barbara and EM uh EM Lisa. And I only say EM Barbara because if you miss a Bloom core with the electro damage, then it would still do reasonable damage of Barbara being on EM. And then obviously Kale would have to be on attack because she doesn't really scale that well with EM from what I've seen. The only time she does well with an EM scaling is like on an aggravate team, but like why would you use Kale for that? Would be my question. There are like better characters to use for that. I just think it would be really hard. And to think if you don't have constellations for any of those characters, I just think that it would be just a pain. I think it would just be a massive pain to play all of Genshin with only 1.0 free characters and the free characters you get from like Spiral Abyss, which is Lynette and Kale, and I don't remember where you get Kachina free from. Maybe it's when you start Nanlin that you get her free, but I think it would just be a pain. Genuinely, I think it would be extremely difficult for someone to play like that.
If you don't want to get the newer character at all, and then you get to look at everybody else using the newer character. If you don't get the newer character, how would you know it's a pain in the ass? Again,
if you don't get the newest character, how would you know it's a pain? Because it says Night Soul. It tells you to use Night Soul. Your chat got modded. What? What happened? Oh, one of the like Nightbot or something. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I got you. But yeah, when you fight the Natlan bosses, it tells you to use Night Soul. It tells you that. Like it flashes it on screen the first time you encountered a boss, and then there's an unskippable tutorial when you encounter that boss for the first time. So you would have to know that your characters don't have Night Soul. There's no way you don't know that the new characters would make it easier if those are new mechanics and the game is telling you to use new mechanics. It's not like you wouldn't know. That doesn't make sense.
again, for understanding, you do not like mechanics that are in, I guess we'll put it in a blanket term here, predatory. Is that a better way of saying it? I'm trying to understand your point of view. You've used specific examples of word. I'm just trying to understand it.
He's actually just not trying to understand. Like actually, he just isn't. If you're provided with specific examples and you sit here and say you still don't understand after having multiple examples sent your way, I don't know what to tell you. Like you're actually just not really trying.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's basically a summary of this whole thing. This abyss is super predatory. This abyss is basically catered and designed around being as annoying as fucking possible, simply due to the existence of certain bosses. And then on top of the bosses existing, where the newest on-banner character makes it of absolute fucking breeze to interact with the mechanics, they are doubling the HP in 7 versions. I think that's basically like the same stuff that I've been saying. I think I'm not particularly sure. It's like, it seems like we've been like going around in a couple of circles to just like kind of like, I don't know, I guess, like, simplify and break it down.
He's not trying to understand it. Like it's not that hard to understand. It just isn't. He's just lying. Like if he's trying to understand and if he actually can't understand what's going on and what the issue is, if he cannot understand it on an objective level, he cannot understand it. I just, I think there's something wrong if you can't understand. If you cannot infer what the problem is here. And maybe he just needs to go and play other video games, cuz he says that all video games that have an elemental check do like lockouts, but like that's just not true. It's just not true. Maybe the ones he's played, but it's not all, because Warframe has elemental checks, but it doesn't lock you out, you know? Um Breath of the Wild has elemental well, not reactions in the same vein that Genshin has elemental reactions, but it has elemental reactions in the same kind of way. This pisses you off? Yeah, he is just really fighting against actually trying to understand the argument. He just really isn't trying. It's just annoying. It's been laid out multiple times what the problem is, and he goes, well, so you're saying that you think the game is too difficult? You think you have a problem with team composition? You uh you don't want to learn new mechanics? Like, my guy, you're completely missing the point, and you're like, it's like you're trying to miss the point. Listen, I wish the best to you, Sekapoka. I really do, but you are being really difficult here. It's not that hard to understand. It's really not. Every character in the game cannot climb the pillar as easily as Xylonin, as Ororun, as Kazuha. Zhongli has to. Zhongli, Traveler, Geo Traveler specifically, Albedo, they have to position their constructs in a way where it's not too close to the pillar or too close to the boss, or else it'll explode. And it'll completely waste your skill, and then you'll waste time, and then you can potentially take damage from the lasers, and then maybe you'll run out of time trying to get your skill back up so you can try again. Certain characters just do it so easily, and other characters have a harder time getting on top of the pillar. It's not that hard to understand. It's not. They could balance it by letting you just jump on a shorter ledge where there's enough room, and then you just jump on on the top half, and you hit the dumb spear. I would also just balance it by letting bow characters just shoot the thing. There shouldn't be some energy shield around the ball on top to completely stop you from attacking it. I just think that's ridiculous. I think that's utterly ridiculous.
I think it's pretty cut and paste, to be honest. It's this abyss is definitely the most predatory one that they've ever had. It's clearly designed to be, again, you're saying that it's much more difficult. I agree, right? I agree.
Okay, so I don't think that this is the most predatory. I think there have been like the papilla. I think the papilla was definitely far more egregious in terms of the Night Soul situation, because you, again, you either have to have Night Soul, or it forces you into the um it forces you into two different compositions. Either you have burning or you have electrocharged. Luckily, Zhongli just needs his shield, but the issue with him is that he lacks more utility. Citlali, Layla, and Lanyan are arguably better because they have strong shields and support capability. Unless you have C6 Zhongli, because then he can heal you. Right? So just spend money and get the constellations, right? And then you'll get your utility, is what they would say. Look, I don't care if Zhongli has the quote unquote strongest shield in the game. I don't care. Can he do anything else for the rest of my team? If not, I think he's a bad character or a bad unit. Not a bad character, but he's a bad unit. That's my opinion. I think if you can't do anything else other than heal, or if you can't do anything else other than shield, I think you're just a bad unit. And I will look for alternate options. You don't need to do everything. You don't have to do a ton of damage or a ton of application or a ton of healing. You don't have to do all of those things. You just need to do your defensive utility, and then on top of that, some kind of support utility. And if you can't do, okay, well, I know the argument that people are gonna make. They're gonna be like, oh well, Zhongli's burst, it does damage and it petrifies the enemy. I'm gonna be absolutely honest, he needs to do something more than that. He just needs to do something more than that. Honestly, if his attack damage scaled directly off of his HP, and you could be essentially a shielded DPS, you're a DPS that creates their own shield, and you can just attack. I'm talking about Noelle. I'm talking about Noelle all of a sudden, because she's a shielded DPS character. She can do basically everything. She can deal a lot of damage if you hyper invest into her. She can heal. She can shield. The only thing she doesn't really do is just buff the rest of your team. I think there just needs to be better balance in this game. And I also think that we need to stop making so many defensive cryo units, because I'm genuinely tired of so many defensive cryo units. I will allow Layla to slide on this one, because at least she has additional utility beyond that. But I am tired of defensive cryo units for sure. If only Noelle wasn't a split scaler. Oh man, yeah. If she only needed defense, she'd be good. Oh man, I just. I wish the kits for these characters just made sense, and they could be the very best version of that character that they could be. I really do. I don't understand why Xinyan is the way that she is. Why is she split scale? Why is she a pyro unit but she does fizz damage? Why? Why is that the case? You know what's crazy? I can get behind why I can get behind why Razor is a physical DPS only because of his potential in being a superconduct DPS unit. Give him cryo infusion and he can do a bunch of superconduct. But then superconduct is a weak element. It's a weak elemental reaction. It can be good, but it's like circumstantial. Or situational rather. It's situational where it can be good. Defensive cryo units like defense user. So shielders, most cryo characters are DPS? What? I don't think that's the case. Let me see if that kind of shows up. It's kind of messed up though. Do I have a second one? Oh, the second one does not show up. I'd have to edit a bunch of stuff. Well, let's see. Let's look at the cryo characters. Hopefully, it doesn't go all the way off screen. It doesn't. It stops Rosaria. So we have Chi-Chi. That's a defensive unit. Mika's a defensive unit. I mean, you could say that he is a defensive and a buffer, which he is. But like he his main thing is that he heals. That's what people mainly use him for. Chungyun. You could use Chungyun as a main DPS, to be fair. Um, Layla, Diana, Charlotte. Oh, okay. Let's run the numbers, cause maybe I am wrong. Let's run the numbers. So, if you're a sub DPS, I'm gonna count you as offensive. If you are mainly a support character, I'm gonna count you as um a defensive. If you do healing or defense, then I'm gonna count you as defensive. So Chi Chi, that's one. Aloy, one. Mika, two. Kaya, two. Fremine. Let's say all these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rosaria. She doesn't heal. So I'm gonna give you to the offensive units. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You don't heal, so 10. And then defensive, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, there are more offensive units for sure. There are more offensive units. I think at the time, what time was it? I think it was Fontaine when I. You know what? I think the reason why I said that is because I'm just tired of certain cryo units being defensive. Like Mika, when he came out, I didn't want a defensive unit. I wanted a cryo catalyst that was a main DPS at that moment. That's why. It's his fault. It is definitely his fault. I just, man, I wanted Mika to be. I want him to be more useful than what he is. I wanted him to be useful on teams that were like not physical. Yeah. To be fair, you could say that Farina fixes that, where Mika is really good on Farina teams. And then any attack buffer that wants an attack increase or attack speed increase, then he's good on those teams as well. But they have to synergize with Cryo though. But I think most of that only happens in his constellations. Ah man. I want a Cryo main DPS that is self-sustainable as C0, that you don't have to have specific timing to retain HP positive. Um and I don't want them to be clunky. And so far we don't have anything like that. And I don't want them to be a claymore either, unless they're going to be able to attack really really quickly. No, I don't want Riceley, cuz you have to have specific timing in order to maintain HP positive. And I don't want that. I don't want to deal with that. I don't understand how Neuvillette can just remain HP positive so easily, but Risley can't remain HP positive as easily as Neuvillette can. I don't get that. I do not understand that at all. his charge attack heals him, but it doesn't heal him past full HP. Because Nuvolette can heal him like 60 to 70% of his HP. And you go down to like maybe, what is it, like 40% of his HP on like your first charge attack. But if you had all three of the spears, which is what you'd usually get, you fully heal. But with Wriothesley, that's just not the case. Or at least every time I've played as him and I've tested it, Wriothesley doesn't go below 50 HP, but he doesn't fully heal himself once you do that charge attack. I think you have to have very specific timing in order to fully heal, and I don't like that. Or at least every time I've tested it, that has been the case. And I think it's like a C1 that fixes that for him. Let's see. Charge attack, normal attack, fist enhances. Restore HP. Wait. Yeah, it looks like it's his C1. Oh, no, that's his passive, my bad. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, it's his C1. Wait, is it? Whoa, his C4 is crazy. Wait, what? You must first unlock the passive? That sounds... Will be increased to 50% of his max HP. HP restored will be increased to 50% of his max HP. Okay. Wait, but there's... Hold on. And then I'm assuming it's his passive, right? So it's his passive, so 30% of his HP. So it is his C4. That's crazy. He can heal at 60% HP or below. He regains 30% of his HP back, but still getting back 89% of his HP isn't awful. I'd say that's positive. I don't think that's positive. I don't think that's HP positive. I think it would have to be. I mean, technically that's above 50, so yeah, that is technically HP positive. I just think that it should fully heal him. But maybe the reason why I think that is because Nuvolette does that, and I think that is a perfect design for a character to have, where he can just fully heal himself. 98 positive. Yeah, but so technically, but here's the problem though. Like some characters can, or not characters, some enemies can deal such an absurd amount of damage to you. I guess it also depends on how much HP you have, right? How much HP does Wriothesley normally get? Or not normally, like on average, what does he normally get? I don't see base level HP, do I? Nope, I don't see any base level HP. Because I remember that was the main thing that I didn't like about Wriothesley. So if that is not the case, and I don't have to time my attacks in order to achieve his full heal, Well, I guess it still wouldn't be a full heal though. I don't wanna be in a situation where I'm not at a 100% health and then the enemy just kills me. Cause that happens to a lot of characters. Like Risley is like 18k. Yeah, I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough. Cause a lot of enemies just deal like a ton of damage. For honestly, for no reason. You only have one artifact with flat HP, so it'd still be over 18k. Oh, okay, no, that's enough then. That's enough. Okay, so maybe I can probably set aside that difference with Risley then. Now that I know this. And maybe I have to do something with his artifacts in order to make him not have issues from what I have seen. Yeah, so maybe that's just my on my end, and I have to fix that for me. Okay. Yeah, I think I think Risley's the only character that would fit the bill as what I would want then. Because none of these other characters are gonna fit that bill. I've played as Ayaka. I have Ayaka. I hate her playstyle. I hate the alternate sprint. I hate it. Like I'm so conditioned with the other characters to know exactly how their iframes work, and then every time I play as Ayaka or Mona, it feels like the iframes don't work. So I don't like the alternate sprint. If I could turn it off or turn it on, and like if it was context sensitive, I might like it more. And what's funny is that they do have regular sprints. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it's like the stance that she takes. She just disappears into the ground. I never understood that actually. Chi can sustain herself. It's just she's so outdated and doesn't scale enough. She can sustain herself, but she doesn't she doesn't just do cryo damage. She does physical damage. She is really good as a cryo on fielder. I have run a few teams where I've had her as the main DPS, and I've had like an electro off fielder and Chongyun to make her deal cryo damage. I have played that team and it has been fun to play that team. The only thing that becomes an annoyance is her skill taking 80 years to refresh. Genuinely hate that. Whoever hates physical damage clearly don't use physical damage. Nah, bro. They need to at least they need to buff physical damage at a baseline or make superconduct really strong and make the buff for physical damage really strong. Make it comparable. Make it easily comparable is what I should say. Yeah, I know Eula exists. She can do a ton of physical damage. I just don't like that gimmick. I don't like the gimmick of having a elemental reaction based system and then having characters that do physical damage and that physical damage being atrocious. I don't like that. I think if you're gonna do something like that, you need to make physical damage compete with the elements. Another thing, I don't like Claymore characters because they attack slowly and they don't do inherently more damage than sword characters. I don't get that. Superconduct is good though. It shares 40% resistance. Yeah, I need it to be better. I need it to be better than that. I need it to be better than that though. That's the thing. It's not a reaction damage focus. Yeah, I get that. I just need it to do way more than that. I need it to do like 70 shred, right? 70% for like 22 seconds. That's what I need it to do. I need it to either do that or I need it to stack up to 3 times. I just need Superconduct to be way stronger than what it is right now. Because Overload feels okay for what it is. The only drawback is that it knocks enemies away. Hyper Bloom is really strong. The main drawback is that you have to have 3 different elements. Um, Vaporize is strong. There's not that much of a drawback for Vaporize. Melt is strong. I think the only drawback is like off-field application. Y22, 12 seconds is plenty. Nah, that's not enough. Nah, I need Superconduct to be crazy. That's what I need it to do. I need it to be crazy. I need it to be enough for an extended rotation. And I only say that because I want a lot of characters to have more flexibility than what they currently have. Like if I wanted to run a now I know this isn't practical, but I only want to do it for flexibility's sake. If I want to run a superconduct Sino, I need that buff to last longer. Because there's not that many cryo applicators that last as long as Sino's burst lasts. Which by the way, I don't understand why Sino's burst lasts as long as it does. That seems crazy to me. I do not get that. Genuinely, I don't get that. In what world would Sino need to do physical damage? He doesn't, but for flexibility's sake, that's what I want. I just want the characters to all have an immense amount of flexibility. And for them to not have that, I just think that's I'm not going to say it's not a good thing. The problem is that when you introduce content that requires you to have a whole lot of characters and then certain characters are will end up being essentially useless because they aren't flexible enough to do certain things, then I think that's a problem. So I only want things like that to occur just for flexibility's sake. Not that it would be practical or be necessary, but I just want it to be flexible. Riding skill lasts that long? Yeah, but that's not cryo. It's gotta be cryo. She's plenty for a physical main DPS? Yeah, but that's not cryo though. Like if I want to use Sino for a superconduct team, I can't because there's not that many cryo applicators that can last the same amount of time as Sino's burst. Now, if I want to do that for the reverse, right? If I want to have a superconduct cryo character and I want to main DPS the cryo character, then yeah, it works. So Lolly and Layla has a decent amount of time, yeah, but it doesn't last as long as Sino's burst though. Especially Layla. I'm not too certain on Lolly. I don't know her timings too well. I mean, I guess I could look, right? I guess I could look. It's right here. What am I doing? I think it's on her burst, right? Where it lasts the longest. Oh wait, do these? Oh, I guess I have to go to the wiki. This doesn't show me, I don't think. Oh, you know what? I could just go in game, can't I? Can't I just go in game and just look? Even if I don't have the character? Pretty sure I can just go in here. You can always use Kazuha to swirl cryo, but Kazuha's burst doesn't last as long as Sino's burst. Like if I use cryo application and then use Kazuha's burst and then go into Sino, Kazuha's burst will go away before Sino's burst goes away. Citlali's last 8 seconds? Oh, that's not enough time. That's not enough time, cause isn't Sino's burst like it's like 18, right? Where is Sino? Where are you? Here you are. Unless I just don't know my timings enough. Cause I kind of dropped Sino after I like had a ton of issues with him. Oh, the duration is 8 seconds. Okay. I want cryo. I want a character that has cryo application. Wait, basic duration. What does that mean? What? Basic duration. Everyone have that? No. Let's go to Raiden, because maybe Raiden's more, or any of these 1.0 characters. Infusion duration, so that's something else. Oh wait, no. Let's actually go to let's go here. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, what? Am I on the wrong thing? No, I'm not. Why is there no duration in here? Hello? Am I tripping? How about Sucrose? Hers goes away after a certain amount of time, right? Duration 6 seconds. So what is basic duration? Is that not accounting for the extended duration of his attacks? So every time I do the other, is it this one? Every time I do like the E attack in his burst, I'm assuming that extends the duration, and maybe like the basic duration without that is just 10 seconds. And what is, oh, this doesn't tell you the timings of the animation, and I think it should tell you the timings. So Ollie has constant cryo application mostly with their skill. Lila's burst is active for 12 seconds, so 12 seconds to apply cryo give superconduct. Then 12 seconds after that for a last. It should be enough. And then let's go. Let me go back to Citlali because I don't know how long I don't know her durations. How long does that last? 20 seconds. Wait, her skill applies cryo? Citlali has constant cryo application mostly with her skill. Okay. So the question is, so okay, let's say that I go into, let's say I start with Citlali. I use her, I guess I don't need to normal attack first. I use her burst, and then I use her skill, and then I go into Sino, and then I use his skill, and then his burst. That's 20 seconds. I need to know how long his perfect burst last. But it doesn't tell me. It only tells me basic. I'm pretty sure it only tells me whatever basic is. And then it doesn't tell me how long the perfect attack extends it for. Oh, wait. 4 seconds. Okay. And I'm pretty sure... Okay, so... That extends it by 16, though, no? Because you get 4 of them? That's not how that works. It doesn't last 26 seconds. That's gotta be... That's not true. Hold on. That's simply not true. Looks similar with Charlotte's skill. Lasts 12 seconds. Triggers every 1.5 seconds. Let's go to... here.
Our mission begins.
Oh, his burst isn't ready? Oh my gosh, what happened? Where are enemies at? I think there's some over here, right? And I guess I have to like prepare a timer, huh? Share your energy with me. That wasn't enough? Yeah. There we go. Over here. Leave me alone, sir. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay, let me grab a timer real quick. Ganyu's burst lasts 15 seconds? Yeah, but I don't have Ganyu. Unfortunately. Well, okay, not unfortunately, because I just don't like Ganyu. And I don't have Shenhe either. And I don't want Shenhe either. Okay, let's do... So my rotation is that I start his E first, just to hit an enemy so I can have particles fly up before I use my burst. That's usually the start of my rotation. So
All will be placed.
let's start right now. Okay. Wait. Do I have to hit enemies for it to extend? That was kind of long anyway, though, so maybe it straight up is just...
Thunderbolts are a form of judgment from the gods above.
Maybe it's extending... I don't know how that works. What's with all these crabs around here? That's not normally the case. Maybe it's because I have dailies in this area. Is there a character that lasts 20 seconds? Someone's burst that lasts 20 seconds, I mean. Or application that lasts that long. Why does this not tell me? Oh, yeah. 20 seconds. All the character. It's all... Is that periodically that it applies cryo? Yeah. Okay. So I gotta get Sit Lolly. Oh man. Gunny was the only character I saw that has the longest cryo application of 15 seconds. Yeah, no. Sit Lolly does. She has 20, right? Yeah. Maybe it doesn't apply cryo on that last second though. I think the durations for support should always overlap what the DPS time should be. Looking at her shield duration, not her swirl duration? You mean application? A cryo application, I mean? Cooldown is 16 seconds. So wait, no, but these are the same. It's the shield duration is 20 seconds and the Eats Papa is 20 seconds. And he creates the storm, right? Eats Papa will follow the character. Has at least 50 Night Soul points. Yeah, and it creates the Cryo Storm. So I gotta get Sit Lolly if I want to have that kind of flexibility. Dang, man. Dang. And then Ganyu. Ganyu has something too. On her burst, I think. That lasts 15 seconds, yep. How long does this last? 6 seconds? Oh. And there's just no way I'm getting Shenhe. I'm just not doing that. I'm just not doing that. I don't like Ayaka like that, so I'm just not. I mean, I guess I could get Shenhe for Chongyong, right? Or Kaya. I don't think they can fully utilize Shenhe's ability, but next time Risley comes out, I'm gonna have to test him again and see if I actually like that character or not. Hmm. Let me look at some of these other characters, bro, real quick. It only lasted 10 seconds. It's definitely not 20 like it claims. What? They lied. Where's my compensation? Where's my 300 Primo Gems? Like that's anything. Isn't that a crazy thing? Oh yeah, we sorry that you spent 90 pulls on this character and we had false information in the character's kit, so we're only gonna give you one wish backward or back. Isn't that crazy? When you killed the enemy, it kind of gave you more time, but it wasn't enough. Man, that's crazy. Man, you know what? I want a cryo. I'll hate them. That's what I want. I want a cryo. I'll hate them. I don't think I can actually like ever acquire more characters that are ever gonna be like Nuvola. I don't think they're ever gonna make characters like that. So Ayaka, no, Ayaka's mad clunky. Nah, Ayaka's too clunky for me. I do not like playing as Ayaka, and she doesn't have that much range. I do not like her. I like her burst. You know what? I don't think that's true. I don't think I like her burst. You wanna know why? You hate on peak characters? No, I'm not. I'm not hating. I just there are things that I don't like about them. I don't like that Ayaka's burst moves
Wait.
slowly forward
No.
even after it hits an enemy. Okay, sometimes that's really good utility. If it followed the enemy exactly, then I might like it more. But it's just the way that her burst works is what I don't like. Her skill is really good. It has decent range. I'm not mad about the range. Her cryo uptime. I don't like that I have to do her dash to achieve her cryo application. I wouldn't have an issue doing a dash if I didn't have to do the alternate sprint. It just makes things awkward to me.
Whatever.
Aika, Eula, and Rhea all carried you in the abyss? Yeah. Aika's burst does follow the enemy and stays on them. It only moves forward when not hitting an enemy. Yeah, but it doesn't track quickly and it doesn't move fast enough to stay on the enemy. And I don't like that. Like the enemy moves fast enough, they can just get away from it. Or I can miss it, I can miss completely, and I don't like that that's something that can happen.
Wait.
It's kind of the same thing with like Venti. I don't like how that can happen either.
Whatever.
And same thing with Chevrus, actually. I have missed her burst when I was standing right in front of the enemy multiple times, and that has gotten on my last nerve. But I think another issue that I'm probably having with Ayaka is that I don't have the amount of investment into that character for her to actually be good for my account. I think that's also the case. I have a little bit of investment into her, but I don't think I have enough to make her actually good. But let me see. Let's see what her talent levels and stuff are. After I collect these mob remains. And there's a crab. Let's go to Ayaya. Ayaya. And then talents 6 and 4. So 6, 4, and 6. Pretty sure it's not the order you want that in, right? Oh, never mind. It kind of is. Okay, but if I go to Kaya, where are you, Kaya, my sweet prince? Where are you? Oh, never mind. He's 6, 7, 8. Never mind. Skill damage 287%. What? Okay, so it must be 18. No way. Hold on.
In some legends,
Now I have to check this. Hold up. First off, let's switch this back to Loren. And then you.
Ready when you are.
You. She's also level 90, but like I don't think that should make a difference. Have I gotten the secret chest in that area? I believe so. Where you have to dig, right? I believe I have. Where did you have to dig around one of these things? Oh, there's another. That was not it. Okay, great. Oh, I can see how much damage it does. Okay, how much damage are you doing, Kaya? That's not usually what I see. What? Then you. Whoa, wait, I didn't see the number. I think I'm supposed to dash first though. I don't think I was supposed to do that. 32. And then how much was this? Oh wait, that's disingenuous. That's disingenuous. He was already frozen. He was already frozen. 36, and the other one was 32. But her skill damage is higher. Hold on. Her skill damage is higher, and her attack was higher, right? Yes, her attack's higher. Skill damage is higher than his, I'm pretty sure. 287. 299 at lower investment. Yeah, but I was trying to do that without having the enemy being frozen to see what the baseline is. Or does it work like that? Because from what I've seen, the baseline is the 32. I know if you freeze them first, then it does more damage, but that's not what I was trying to figure out. That's 84, and then I'm pretty sure Kaya did 94. So oh wait, was it frozen or no? Let me oh, you're frozen? It unfroze right as I hit it. Oh my gosh. I didn't see a number. What? What is going on? Okay, now you're frozen. 92. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it was tripping. What was going on there? So yeah, she was 80 something and he was 92. And I know that the artifacts are playing a part in that. Let's see. He's doing 2 sets. This is worse for her, no? Or maybe it just has to do with the stupid crit rate and crit damage situation, bro. I hate crit rate and crit damage. I really wish that was not in the game, because that makes things so inconsistent. 154? Hold on, he is 154. 129. Wait, did he actually have 154? Yeah, he did. And hers is 129. Let's switch artifacts. Real quick. Switch artifacts and let's see. Okay. And then she should have the attack advantage. Oh? It's lower? And now he just has more? Maybe it's weapons. Maybe it's because of the weapons. Oh, I forgot you were on that. So let's go ahead and switch weapons. So now you should have more attack than him. Yeah, there we go. That looks right. Let me go back to her and then freeze. Kaya. 56. Oh. Oh my. Wait a minute. Wait a second. That did a lot of damage. Hold on. Hold on. Something's up here. Wait a moment. No, hold on. I gotta take that to the abyss real quick. Yeah, but the problem with her moving forward is that I'm still going to absolutely despise her playstyle. That's the only problem. I don't like that I have to do that dash and then the alternate sprint is just I just can't get behind it. This one's the cryo damage bonus, right? Okay, let's try this. Cause I did try Ayaka the first time I went in here. And then after that, I was just like, nah, we're just gonna run a Nuvolette team. Let's run you, I guess, and then we need a healer, and then I don't know. Where's Ayaka? Where are you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? There you are. I have one healer. Do I just run? Do I bring Xylonin? Do I bring Xylonin? Or do I bring a cryo shielder? That's the question. What's on the first half? Oh. Well, I already know what teams I'm gonna bring up there. You and actually no, not you. You and you. Right? Because this is the annoying one, isn't it? It's not annoying, but like it's got 60 enemies in it, bro. Like whoever thought they were cooking in this abyss, bro, I need them to sit down. Yes, indeed, that is who I am. I assume you're sending me a friend request. I don't even know if I'll get one of those or not. I don't know how I have all that set up actually. We'll see. Send the friend request. Okay, let me see if I actually got it though. Cause the last time I had, okay, yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. Eula main. Man, I've had some discussions with Eula mains, bro. They do not like me. Eula mains do not like me, bro. I've had some discussions. Oh wait, no, I wanted to go here. Right? Yeah, it's this one. Layla, you, and then you, and then you. I need to level these characters up, man, but it requires too many materials, bro. It takes too many. I'm so annoyed by how much it takes. I want to just play this like on a casual level, but like they just make you want to that you need to grind to do basic things. They're just so annoying. And then I was gonna bring you. Furina's good for Ayaka, right? It buffs attack, no? I can't bring Bennett anymore because I accidentally C6'd him. Gosh. You're one of the good ones? Disrespect the god Eula and her damage and understand she's perfect in battle? Man. I like Eula's playstyle to a certain extent. I still don't like how slow claymores are. It's just the physical thing for me. Like you're in an elemental reaction based game. Like I don't like what are you doing? I just don't get that. I think they could have just buffed physical if they wanted to do physical stuff. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I think I need another hydro unit here if I want to keep uptime with Do I be disingenuous and add Mona or do I not do that? Is the question. Let's not do that. Let's see what the baseline is like. Well, no, I should just run Mona. I don't think I have her built, but I don't think Mona needs to be built. Her burst still gives you a ton of damage anyway.
Let's hope you'll pull up a good fight.
Oops, I mistimed that entirely. What the heck? Alright. Why is that not infusing cryo? I should have infused cryo a long time ago. Do I have a Yansan? I do have a Yansan. Use her for attack buff. She's not I don't know what it is about Yeonsun right now, but she is not strong at the moment. But maybe I'm expecting like Bennett levels of attack buff, but why are you guys not dying? What's going on here? To be fair, I didn't invest in her normal attack. Alright, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Thank you, sir. I think he's gonna die before I can... Ooh, I should have dashed first. Hey, hold on. She doing damage. Wait a minute. And my burst is back? Wait, that might not be the... I probably shouldn't look at that. Oh, I did that the wrong way. I shouldn't have done that at all, to be honest. I should have just waited for the next enemy. Wait, did she do... Was that her or was that somebody else that did that? That was her. Who's doing that physical damage? Cause that's a bit of damage, man. And I'm definitely not one of those characters that's looking to do like a billion damage, but like as long as you're doing what I would assume to be or what I would consider to be decent amount of damage, then we're good. Then they're gonna raise the damage ceiling, and I can't with that, bro. I want to play the game as casual as I would like, but they don't. Why am I not switching? What's going on there? Feels good to you? I mean, I did see a 25k in there, but I know people will be doing a lot more damage than that. But I don't think I need to do that much damage. I think that's a little excessive. Like, this isn't Xenoblade. Like, you don't need to do that much damage for it. And even in Xenoblade, you don't need to do that much damage, so... Oh, I still got him. Okay, cool. Who is doing that? Oh, I think that's the buff, isn't that? That's the Spiral Abyss buff. Okay. I mistimed. It's either the weapon he was holding. I think it's the Abyss. Nobody has. Actually, I think Hazo has. Yeah, he does have that weapon, but it activated while Layla was on field, so I don't. I don't know. How did you not die to that, sir? How did you not die to that? Oh, does it not trigger like true damage? Huh. It must be. That must be Charlotte's weapon that's doing that then. Okay. And I've recently started doing that. I probably don't need to go crazy on this enemy. Ah, that damage. I don't like that damage. What? No, I missed. That was an accident. Alright. Can you die? Oh, was that Mona making her do that much damage? That. Ooh, hello? Hello? Okay. Okay. That's why I don't like the alternate sprint. I cannot get my timings every single time I do it. Someone holding Skyward Atlas or Eye of Perception? Yes, the Eye of Perception. I think that's what it's called. It's the It's definitely not the 5-star weapon that's going on right now. And I think the 5-star one is called the Skyward Atlas. So yeah, it's the eye perception.
Animal hypostasis emulation. Absorption test. My guiding stars. Cole, learn to
Fallen leaves, adorn my night into the wind.
Oh, I wanted Pyro so badly. She doesn't have her burst up.
As one with wind and cloud, one with nature.
I definitely mistimed something because usually I don't have to do a lot. Or wait that long, I mean.
The night is cold. Don't be scared.
The wind knows me. Fallen leaves, adorn my get moving. Fracture.
Ooh, oh, okay, die, that's why.
Mark 2. Stand clear.
No, I wanted Pyro!
One with wind and
And it's either gonna. Oh, okay, there we go, perfect.
Animal test 6308.
That'd be awful if there was only Pyro enemies left. That would be awful, actually. Okay, no, there's Hydra, great.
bring it on. Get moving.
You've done. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa! You've done physical Mona? What the what? What is that?
Not now.
Into the wind.
I mean, that's cool that you could do that, but what the heck? How did you not die to that? Oh, there we go. Eye perception got him. Okay, let me see. How much damage are you doing here? Okay, there we go. Yeah, if I bring Mona and why can I not say her name? Farina, then she does damage. I don't think she'll do damage if I don't have her though. If I don't have this combo here. I don't have energy. Okay, let's try this. And then use the burst and let's check again. Are you doing less damage? What's going on? Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't. No! Get rid of the alternate sprint characters.
Take flight.
Oh yeah, I forgot about you. Mona, do you have... Oh, you don't. I have energy. Ow! Whoa, that hurt. My feelings are hurt. Mona, I need you to have your burst. I need you to have your burst. I need you to have your burst. Thank you. Okay, kill him. Why are you doing only... What's going on with that damage? What happened there? I guess because he wasn't frozen. That kept doing damage. I need to properly freeze my opponent if I'm gonna use that burst. I think that's the only way I'm gonna get the max damage out of it. To be fair, Hydro and Cryo was hitting that enemy, so I'm a little just a tad confused.
One with nature.
Oh my gosh, there's a guy in the corner.
Absorption test.
Oh, I hate those enemies. I hate them. Why are they just in a corner? Why? Get over here. And it's always the bow guys that are just spawning in the corner. Way, way, way away from you.
Mark 2. Absorption test. My guiding stars. Stars.
As one with wind and cloud.
You used to be obsessed with doing multiple unique showcases. Physical Mona is definitely a unique showcase for sure.
Enhanced animal module 75. Animal test.
nature. The wind knows me.
Some of those guys are. Ooh, no, I should have waited.
Swirl, Mark 2. Stand clear. My guiding stars.
That's not all of them, right? No, I think there's another group.
One with wind and cloud. One with nature.
Oh, are they dead? Please don't be dead. I need my energy. Oh no, I don't. It's chamber 3. Imagine dropping Charlotte for Escoffier. Yeah. The team would be broken. Yes, sir.
Another room.
Oh, I should have ran up first. Yeah, I just don't like Ayak's playstyle. I just don't like it. Oh, don't hit me.
Take flight.
That must be because. Oh, don't kill me! Don't kill me though! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
Hold that pose. Break it down.
Oh my gosh, almost died.
Delve into destiny. Fate is upon you. So
Oh, you messed up my timing, you sack.
whirling snow.
You know, I gotta kill you because you're gonna try and run away, and I'm not gonna have any of that. There you go, trying to run away already to 21k. What the heck?
Shower me with praise. Say cheese.
Oh, why does that happen?
Let me scribe.
Ooh. Can I get? Can I kill him, please? Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Okay. Nice. I'm not a hater because I don't like the playstyle. It's crazy. I just don't like how I just don't like how the alternate sprint works. If it was a regular sprint, I'd be okay, but because it just feels weird. It's like playing Bennett and then going to play Klee. Like it just feels weird. Like they just feel a little clunky when you start playing them. So okay, in a previous stream I was like, why is Cryo here? I understand why Cryo's here now. I understand why Cryo's here. I just think that maybe you should change it for the banner. Just maybe. Say that it's Animo damage on the bottom half and you tailor it to Animo characters on the bottom half, okay? And then honestly, I don't understand the Geo up here. Other than promoting Xyloden. I mean, cause why? Okay, if you see a Hydra character, right, a bunch of Hydra characters, why would you not just bring Dendro or Pyro? Or if those enemies can be frozen, why would you not just bring Cryo? You know, like I don't. Geo though, I think if their resistance to Geo was naturally low, I think I could get it, but I don't know. I just don't get that. Dendra's icky? Nah, bro. Dendra's pretty chill. I think the only icky element that I don't jive with is Geo. I don't mess with Cryo either, but that's because of like the characters on my account that I just don't like how Cryo's used in this game. And then I think Pyro is just everywhere, so I don't. Pyro is just questionable because Pyro's everywhere in this game. And then obviously Hydra's the best element, so you kind of not allowed to dislike Hydra. You don't think you even used Geo in the first half because Zhongli's shield? You used Yoimiya or gaming? Yeah. I don't like gaming. I don't like him for for petty reasons, and two, I just don't like I don't like one thing specifically about his gameplay. Here, let me exit the spiral bit so I can show you why I don't like it. So the reason why, so the petty reasons aren't really that deep, okay? And I know that they're not that deep.
Got it. I'll start my warm-up routine.
But the petty reasons are the fact that he doesn't have a space between the A and the M. So I'm just gonna call him gaming. Like I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna call him gaming. This is cool. I like that he has a blue one. Why doesn't he get that normally though? Does he ever get that blue version in the burst? Why can't I just have that as a skin? That's what the Genshin needs to do. They need to drop the character gacha and they just need to make skin gacha. That would go crazy.
You with a couple of seasonal greens.
Like the playstyle thing that I don't like about him is this.
That's a
I can't just jump off of that. If I jump while that attack is active, he just goes back to the ground and jumps. Like I just, and his jump height doesn't increase. Like, oh my gosh, bro. Suddenly I'm interested in gaming? Nah, nah. Wait. What? And then I gotta jump. Like if I jump, he snaps back to the ground, he jumps. I don't like that. I don't like that. When I first got him, I thought he was gonna be super cool because I saw him do this and I was like, oh, you're gonna be able to jump off of that and then do like this crazy jump attack. When I saw the pretty blue, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was interested when I saw that. That was cool. I'm not gonna lie, that was cool. If he had a skin and it was just the blue alt and I could have that permanently, oh man, I might actually be a gaming main. I would have to invest a lot into him though, because right now he's not that strong. But let me jump off of this though. Don't spawn this little pillar and then not allow me to jump off of it. I just think that's annoying. But yeah, give me a skin for gaming, please. Give me a skin. And put a space in between the G and the M, please, for the love of God. Just put a space there, please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you to just please just put a space in between those two letters. Who did I have? Mona? I'm not gonna lie, I'm still gonna use Kaya because I like playing as Kaya more. I just like playing as Kaya more. I just think I just like his playstyle. Oop, that's not the right weapon. Give me that. Although, wait, go back. Now that I know that Ayaka can do that, and I was just playing her wrong, I'm going to give her that weapon instead. Cause then when I go back to invest into her and she can have that crit damage stat stick, it'll be crazy. Do I know what you're begging for? Nah, what are you begging for? Without it being sus, hopefully. Where did my artifact go? Where'd it go? You know what? Since I can find Kaya faster, I'm just gonna go to Ayaka and then switch it that way. She's on my screen, I just don't see her. Oh, there she is. Holy. A character showcase review? Oh, my bad. I'm gonna get around to it. Don't worry. I'm just gonna switch my artifacts back. I just like playing as the other guy. I just like playing as the other guy. What can I say? Eventually I will invest into her, but I might. Well, okay, when Escoffier comes out, I definitely won't be investing into Ayaka immediately, but maybe afterwards, we'll see. Hopefully the Spiral Abyss will buff cryo damage again. Wait, did I switch this already? I don't remember. Kaya has that. No, I didn't switch this. What am I talking about? Solo 20. And this artifact is terrible. Okay. Everything is switched, I think. No, go back to Kaya game. Don't do that.
Ready when you are.
Yeah, I think that's right. Alright, let me see them characters, man. Got my friends. I don't have that many friends in there. Wait, I don't remember how to do this. Is this how you do this? Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting more attack out of that. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting more attack. 2k attack is a lot though, to be fair. Crit damage? Perfect crit ratio. Perfect crit ratio here. Cryo damage? Oh, fizz damage, fizz damage. I'm forgetting that this is a physical character. Are you running? Oh, okay, here we go. Wait. What does this do? An attack skill hits an opponent, attack is increased. I thought you were gonna run the dual set of this. But that would only get you 50 and not get you all of it. Fizz damage, yes sir. Attack, crit rate. The only stinker is this defense, man. If they could just take out flat defense, honestly, no. Take out all flat stats. I don't want to see those ever. Take them all out. The only flat stat that is allowed is HP right here and attack that's right here. Those are the only ones that are allowed. Any other flat stats are not acceptable. You expected more because most people use Wolf's Greystone on her? What weapon do you have on her? Fizz damage bonus. Wait a minute, am I tripping? 58 fizz damage. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, am I tripping? Wait, hold on, let me think about that. If you were running dual set, you'd have 50, and then you'd have this 50. Okay, okay. And then you'd have 120. Okay, got you. But I don't remember, what's the force set of this? Is that even good? Oh, I can't see because I'm, that's kind of dumb. I'd have to go over here and then check this. That's unnecessary. After defeating an opponent, increases charge attack damage by 50%. Can we remove bonuses like this? How about instead of defeating the opponent, you just hit them and then you get this bonus? I don't like. I genuinely do not like bonuses where you have to defeat an enemy first. What if there's only one enemy in the room? Then this bonus becomes completely useless. What's going on with that? I don't like that. Anyway, wait, what's on this goblet? Oh yeah, I saw that already. Crit damage, attack, HP. That darn HP messing it up, man. That darn HP. Crit rate, crit damage. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh my gosh. That darn HP messing it up, man. Just give me attack. EM. Okay, a little bit EM on there. Well, I guess the only time you would want EM is if you want to trigger shatter, because then your shatter damage would increase. Yeah, that'd be cool. But who uses charge attacks for fizz damage anyways? This is true. This is true. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, charge normal attacks on like Claymore characters. Well, okay, for most of the archetypes, it's kind of just bad. Unless it's like Raiden, where her charge attack is actually really fast and it hits multiple times, or Hu Tao's charge attack. I'm trying to think of other charge attacks. What's her name? She came out recently in Fontaine. What is her name? Oh my gosh, it's gonna drive me insane. What is her name? Arlecchino. There we go. Arlecchino. Yeah, she has a charge attack. Nah. Emily doesn't use her charge attack. She uses her skill, goes off field, and then she's gone. And then she's gone forever. This is pretty good. Talent levels? Crowned Burst, okay. Constellations? Oh god. You're doing damage. I don't know what these do, but I'm sure it does damage. No constellations. 2k attack. Weapon? What? Okay, do you have EM? It does 120% of EM. I guess that's a good additive bonus, yeah? Does it spawn a thingy? Oh no, it just spawns an effect, okay. Two piece, okay. Prior damage bonus, ER, attack. That piece is pretty okay. Oh wait, no, that crit damage is nuts, bro. That's some nuts crit damage right there, man. You mostly just use the sword for main stats, yeah. You get like a small buff from it though. That darn defense getting in the way once again, bro. Man, you hate to see it. That darn defense getting in the way again. Then you get some EM here. Crit rate, HP, dang. EM. Man, that's bro. Your crit rate, crit damage gotta be crazy. I'm seeing a lot of crit damage in here. What is going on with this defense, bro? Defense just hates you. Look at this. His defense is in here, and then HP's over here, and then defense over here, and then more defense and HP. Man, it just hates you. Talents 8, 8, and 10. Okay, no crown. No crown. What's going on there? How many crowns do you have? Is my next question. 61 to 52, brother. Oh my gosh. What teams do you use Ayaka in? Cause you're kind of struggling on ER. Cryo damage. Man, that's crazy. 61 252. No crown yet, but the burst is 10.
A blade.
Yeah. Burst was 10. I'll tell you, man, I got a ton of crowns just stashed up because I just haven't used them. I have recently started using them though. But only for like 4 stars and 5 stars that I really like. Not really for anyone else. Aika, Zhangling, Kazuha, Bennett. I'm assuming that Bennett and Zhangling had Fav weapons and Kazuha had either Sack Sword or a different ER weapon. Cause man, that's a lot of well, you have 2 energy hungry teammates on that team. But that's a crazy melt team though. Ten, 6, 8. Do some damage with that normal attack, bro. Oh, you're running the Wonder Strobe, okay. You're just going for straight damage. Crit damage, EM. Crit damage, crit rate, energy recharge. Attack. And that darn defense, bro. That darn defense. Crit rate. Crit rate. That's a meaty attack stat right there. That darn defense added once again. Did I check them all? Fire damage, HP, defense. You hate to see it, bro. You hate to see this. You hate to see this, bro. This is the worst thing ever. Jinglun uses Cryo signature? Or Sinus signature. I saw Cryo, oh my gosh. Sinus signature, which is that I don't remember the 5-star. Oh, you're getting a lot of the characters like actual the 5-star weapons. I do not mess with 5-star weapons. I just don't. I think the 5-star weapons are cringe. Mostly because the 5-star weapon banner is just a scam. But attack. I'm gonna hate your characters because they have 5-star weapons. I mean, if you're making it work, you're making it work. I just think that the 5-star weapon banners is a massive scam. Like at least have separate currency for the weapon banner. Like and then the characters themselves like automatically have far more utility than the weapons. There's just multiple like mechanical reasons why I just can't deal with it. How much crit rate you got? 50? 200? Wait, okay, so you went with crit rate to okay, I see. You went to balance it. 46 crit damage. What? Did I read something wrong? Wait, did I read something wrong over here? Oh, no. Okay, I see what happened. Risley. Or Risley? No, Risley. I don't ever want to say Risley ever again. Holy, that just gave me war flashbacks. Ooh, that's a nice piece. That's a nice piece right there. Dang, yeah, that's a nice piece too. This Risley might be cooking, bro. Okay, then we got the dreaded defense, bro. Dreaded defense. Attack, crit damage, EM. Okay, cooking over here. Crit damage, attack, crit rate, And then we got this HP stat that's ruining everything, bro. Man, I hate it. You said Risley? Yeah, I can't with that. Okay. It's because of Gen Alpha language, bro. I hate it when people say Riz so often. It's so obfuscating. Ganyu gives herself 20 crit rate and it's not completely just 50. Oh. She does that with her skill then? I can't read in here. They won't allow me to read. So dumb. 10, 10, and 10? Oh, that man's busted. Oh, he's doing damage. How much crit rate did he have? 70 crit rate? Oh my god. Oh my god. He's just gonna kill everything. He's always hit landing crits, always. Wait. That's Shimenawa's, right? Does he get crit rate with one of his skills? He gets crit rate with one of his skills, right? Increases movement speed? Oh my lord. Oh lordy lord. Her charge attack gives her crit, right? Okay. That's nuts. That's nuts. He doesn't get crit rate, just extra damage? Oh, okay. Bro, imagine if he gave himself 20 crit rate. Imagine if he gave himself 20 crit rate. On like his like a constellation, like you have to do like a charge attack or something and he gains crit rate. Actually no, I have the thing open. Let me look. I can just look here. If it would let me see where he is. Why is he in B rank in this tier list? I thought I'm pretty sure he did good damage. The only thing I didn't like was the HP thing. Let's see, constellations. Let me just control F and then put 20. Okay, nope, that's not it. Or maybe I should just put crit rate. I should stop being a dingus. Crit rate increases by 10%. Crit damage increases by 80. Oh my gosh. And that's only for that one passive. That's nuts. All right, well I'll take it back. I think he is good. I think I just have to figure out what I'm doing wrong with him. 35K. You don't trust tier lists anymore? People will be like, I don't think this character is good, C tier, and then in reality they're like A. Bro, hold on, let me go back, cause that's true. That's very true. Tell me why they have Fischl in A tier. Why is she not in S? What's going on? Why is she not in S, bro? Why is Al Haytham not in S? What? Why is Emily not in S? Hold on. I don't think that Animo and Geo Traveler are so bad that they need to be in the same tier as Xinyan. I think that's actually crazy. And I don't think Kave is so bad that he's in D tier. But that's just my opinion. And I don't understand why Sethos is in C tier when Sethos can do more damage than Raiden, so I don't know what's going on with that. Fischl's better than Yai. I hate seeing people that say that Yai is better than Fischl. I don't understand how somebody could think that Yai is better than Fischl. She's a 4-star, she does a ton of damage, she's really flexible. But like, Yai is clunky, you have to set up her turrets. Fischl just does what she needs to do. And if you have C6 Fischl, you just turn into Oz. So I don't think I understand why people could say that. $211 ER, oh my gosh. She needs attack and ER, okay. attack? Oh, okay, I see. Two piece attack? Oh my goodness. That darn defense, you hate to see it. Wait, you got double defense. Oh man. Defense, bro. I hate seeing defense, man. I hate that. I hate that so much. Constellation? Nope. 4, 10, 6. I assume her skill is the most important thing that she has. They say her damage is better, but Yai eats up the time with animations and on field. They say her damage is better? Yai's damage is better? I don't... That can't be true, right? I don't know, every time I've played as Yai Miko, she's just like consistently done less damage than Fischl. Like consistently. But maybe I gotta look at those multipliers and see like actually what's going on there. The damage is better, barely better. Dang, that's a EM stick stat if I've ever seen one, man. How much EM was that? 600 or 700? Crit rate, crit damage. Do you need the crit damage? Oh, you loaded her up with EM. I can tell by the no other buffs, bro. Crit damage. See these. Attack? Wait, attack? That's EM. You need to get her new Sands that has EM. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that and I was so confused with the attack. All these bursts is a nuke, man. So that's why she needs crit damage, okay. Got some good stats on here though, except for that defense, bro. I hate seeing defense. So if you had an EM stat stick, right, and then you had everything except you get some attack instead, be kind of crazy, man. Be kind of crazy. She's a split scaler between EM and attack. Oh, I didn't realize she had split scaling with attack. I don't like that. I don't like split scaling in general, though. Okay, I don't like split scaling if it's not balanced in a way that I can go all in on one stat and it balances out as an additional bonus. But that might be how her kit works. I don't really know. I just didn't like the banner she was on. Because they put both of the new characters on the same half. Like, my gosh, man. I see why they did that. And I understand why they did that. I just think that practice is really garbage. Oh, yeah. So, remember when we said that we were going to give you guys this, well, what's it called? What is that mechanic called? Capturing radiance? Yeah. Remember you guys were gonna give you this capturing radiance? Yeah, we're doing that for this banner. This banner, you're gonna trigger your capturing radiance. I didn't, man. I just don't like that. I just don't like it, man. I just don't. How many, what's your talents? 688? 81? Man, those EX books, bro. Those EX books, experience books, I mean. Good old defense is on there. Healing bonus. Using her as a healer. I'm doing that too, to be fair. Energy recharge is up, up, and up. Favonius? Why Favonius? How much EM do you, or ER do you have? 200, right? Yeah, 200. Yeah, hold on. Oh, apparently I have 125 energy recharge. How do I have 125? Huh. Neat. Her goblet is terrible. The goblet. Terrible. I mean, you just need some ER on there. That crit damage is kinda nice. Now, this is a situation where I'd be like, okay, you need defense, but, you know. I don't like flat defense. I really don't like it. Wait. So this is defense. That's defense. And then this is healing bonus. Oh, wait. So I must be getting... Wait. Baited me into looking at a great goblet? Yeah, that's pretty good. You just need defense and ER, and then there you go. Good to go. HP, defense, ER, defense. Man, that darn HP, man. That darn HP. Crit rate, EM, defense, defense. Okay, there we go. And then this is the healing bonus. Wait, how much defense do you have? Wait, why do I have so much more though? Don't you have... Oh, I think I know why I have so much more than that much. Why Fav though? Wait, no, I think I already answered that question, right? Didn't I already answer that? What's your sense? Hand it over. Wait, am I tripping? Hold on. I've got to be tripping or something, right? This is my sands. I'm running defense. Oh yeah, okay, triple defense, I think. Yeah, triple defense. How do I have so much ER? Where am I getting all that ER from? I'm only getting 25 ER here. I guess I'm getting that from artifacts. Huh. Neat. I have her signature? Wait, what? That's a 4-star. It's not her signature. You know I don't mess with the 5-star weapons. We don't mess with that around here. 69 defense? What? Why is it 69 defense? Why is it 69? I'm not trying to make a joke. I genuinely want to know why it's 69. Why not just go to 70? What happened? What? Why not just go to 70 on that? Gene! That's a medium amount of attack right there. Whole lot of crit damage? Oh my goodness. Trying to on-field Gene. Ooh. Two-piece? Okay. Attack, EM, crit rate, crit damage, attack. Attack, crit damage, attack, crit damage, crit rate, ER, okay. crit damage, that darn HP. Even though it's not completely wasted on her, but yeah. Yeah, but why 69 though is my question. Why not just go to? Are they trying to make the joke, or do they not like rounding it off? Is my question. Crit damage. Ooh, if that was attack, man. 20 attack. Oh my gosh. 6 and oh, we're not gonna say the last number. C1. Oh man, C2 is fun. Farina. This makes sense. Perfect sense, genuinely. What attack do you have? Oh, 5-star. Okay, my bad. Nah, I'm out. Let me back up. Jean doesn't need HP. It's pretty wasted on her. Like, actually? I thought it would last a little bit longer on her. Or I guess I thought she would last a little bit longer if you're on-fielding her. Wait, how much HP did you have? 20k? I mean, yeah, you don't really need HP at that point. Just don't get hit twice by a super strong enemy, then yeah. Crit damage, HP, crit rate, energy recharge, okay. HP, EM, crit damage, oh my gosh, okay. Energy recharge. Do you solo? How much ER do you get from this? 57 straight up. Okay, so are you dual? Are you running dual Hydro for Farina? Attack. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit damage, man. This one makes me sad. All that defense, all those flat stats, man. They couldn't have just given me HP and crit rate. Oh wait, no, it's crit rate. Couldn't just give me HP and energy recharge. She only scales attack. Well, yeah, I know that, but like, I was saying that she could last longer on field if she had a little bit more HP. But I guess it doesn't matter if you need. I guess it doesn't matter because you already have 20k HP. Child, please have C6. No. I only say that because C6 child, he's so good at C6, but like you'd have to invest heavily into him. Crit damage is mad high, 69, nice. Hydro damage bonus. Crit rate. Wait, Skyward Heart? Why exactly Skyward Heart? Is that the only crit rate weapon? Or crit rate bow? Crit rate, crit damage. That's a lot of crit damage. Crit rate, HP, attack. Okay. He's running a two-piece. Hydro damage bonus, crit damage. You hate to see defense. You hate to see it. Crit rate. Crit damage. You hate the defense. Well, maybe he needs it, right? Maybe he needs it because he is on-fielding. HP. I guess you could justify that he needs it because of on-fielding. Crit rate. He's got a lot of crit damage from that. Ton of it. Yeah. He's out here. Hey, whoa, hold on. What's going on here? No. What's going on here? What's going on here? Harp gives high base attack. He gives crit rate and crit damage. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got you. What's going on here though? going on here? That's your favorite character? Nah, bro. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Tell me why she's your favorite. Like, is it character design wise, or like is it for other reasons? Damn, 200 crit damage. 100 damage bonus. Weapon is an ER. Favonius Warbow? You trying to get all the ER. Nah, I can tell this is crazy. HP. Wait, how much HP did you have? 26k? Nah, we gotta get that to at least 30. Yup, look at that defense. Yup, yup, that's the problem right there. Yup, that defense. You hate to see that. ER, crit rate. This piece right here. This piece right here, kind of crazy. Not gonna lie, this piece right here, kind of crazy. Crit rate, crit damage, attack. Could have given her HP again, man. Come on now. Crit damage, crit damage, or crit rate. Sorry, crit rate. Oh my gosh, I'm getting my words messed up. And that darn defense. You couldn't have just given her. Oh wait, no, this is HP. You couldn't have give her flat HP, bro. Just a little bit of flat HP. You know what I mean? Hydro damage, and then that attack could have been some HP. Man, which one did I see? This one right here. Oh my gosh, man. I say Ulamanes are the toxic ones. I said that. No, I was saying that Ulamanes just don't like me because I don't like Eula and how she's a physical damage dealer in a elemental reaction based game. Emma's very positive and friendly. Okay, so you like her for character reasons. Okay, got you. I'm not mad at that. I just don't like how she plays and her mechanics. That's the thing about me though, like the character themselves is something I don't really care about. I care about the mechanics, but I'm far more of a mechanical person anyway. I care far more about the mechanics than the characters. To be fair. C4. Okay, well, I can't talk crap about this character now because C4. I can't say nothing. Crit rate. I can say that this artifact makes me so sad. Defense. Oh my gosh, the flat stats, bro. It's always the flat stats that kill me. Defense, crit damage, yes sir, crit damage, HP, crit rate, HP. I'd be so mad at this game. I'd be so bad. Crit damage, 30. Wait, hold on. How much crit damage does this have? 20? 34? Hey, no, hold on now. How much crit damage you got over here? 31? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. How much crit damage do you have? Oh my gosh. You're just nuking things. You're nuking things. It's crit rate. You're just nuking things. Nah, you gotta level this up. Oh wait, but you don't have the constellation for that, do you? Nah, so when you get that constellation, I'm assuming that you're gonna level this up and you're just gonna nuke stuff. She's a starter character. The HP and defense are put to use to keep her alive. Nah, just bring out a shield. Wait, how much health do you have? Oh. Okay, no, never mind. I take it back. So you invest. So let me see if I have this right. So you invest into Amber because you like the character, right? Yeah, I know. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, I can understand that. I didn't really care about her character, not because I found it annoying or anything, but like she doesn't show up enough, you know? Like she shows up in Mondstadt in the beginning, and then you kind of don't see too much of her afterwards. And then in Leeway, all the Mondstadt characters just don't exist anymore. And then when you go to Inazuma, all the monster characters just don't exist anymore. It's just kind of like constant for each region. In a way, it makes sense. In a way, it makes sense because that's should be expected within the world. It just seems, I don't know. It just seems strange to me. I don't think they show up enough for me to care about the characters. But then again, I am very sour towards the story at this point because the inciting incident just doesn't show up ever. It never plays a part into anything anymore. It's just Traveler doing questionable things. From in my perspective, they're questionable things. You did a Baron Bunny showcase on the Cryo Origins Vine a few days ago. Oh my gosh, bro. That's the type of damage I'm not trying to do. I'm not trying to do that much damage. But man, that's crazy. You know, the reason why I don't like doing a whole lot of damage in one go is because I feel like I don't get to play the game. Like if I'm one-shotting bosses, I feel like I'm not playing the game. I think if you're able to like cheese certain enemies, I feel like that's okay. But like I don't know. I don't know, man. I do wish the defense stat was more impactful in this game, though. Yeah, this is a roster right here, but I'm not understanding why these guys are not 90. HP scaler. Actually, if you leveled her up to 90, she might come close to that 30k. I think looking at these character stats, not saying anything against your stats. It's just that the way that Genshin designs some of these characters seems odd to me. But maybe it's because the CN market designs their characters differently. Because I have the same issue with like Spider-Man and Marvel Rivals. Like I don't understand why he's so weak. You showcases for fun. Usually have a showcase build. You showcase builds where you min-max stats. Oh my gosh. And casual builds where you actually want to crit. Yeah. Man. I wish crit rate wasn't a thing that was in this game. Well, okay, that's not true. I think crit rates and crit damage need to be fixed for all characters, except if you're hitting like weak points, it needs to be changed. And I'm trying that for game design right now. I'm trying to have like a fixed crit rate and crit damage for all characters, and I mean, it can work. It can definitely work. It's just that you need to balance the characters if you're gonna do something like that. Which obviously Genshin is not really great at balancing, but yeah. Kokomi did crit the best. In this game? No, 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 no. It's not. It's not what I'm saying. So like all characters have the same crit rate and the same crit damage, but it's not like something that can be affected by like player stats, right? It's not something that can be affected by artifacts or weapons or anything like that. It's something that only is affected by what you're attacking. So let's say that there is a universal 25% crit rate on any character's attack. On any... Okay, so the game that I'm doing, right? The game that I'm designing, the crit rate is based upon appendage. It's not based on your character's build. It's based on appendage. So like if I shoot something in the eye, that's like a 100% crit rate. But if I shoot them like in the leg, the crit rate goes down. It's based on like appendage. It's not based on stats that you can manipulate. I personally just don't like that you can change crit rate. But then again, like the design that I like is more rigid for it would be more rigid in Genshin, I guess. Cuz the way that I have it in my design is that everything's way more flexible for what the player can achieve, but like the only thing that's not that way is like crit rate and crit damage. If you hit an enemy's weak point, it's like 100% the crit. Yeah, and I think that makes sense. But in Genshin, it's not like you don't have like different appendages. Okay, so the best example is more like Monster Hunter or Xenoblade Chronicles. Like, the only way to change your crit rate is if you hit certain appendages or... Well, no, that's pretty much it, is if you hit different appendages. That's really like the only way to change your crit rate. But I don't think that's how that works exactly in Monster Hunter. And then in Xenoblade, you can change your essentially what would be crit rate by changing your position of where you're hitting the enemy. So like if you're hitting the enemy in the back and your attack does like additional damage to like enemies that are facing away from you, your crit rate would be higher. It's not exactly the same, but it's like the translation for both games. Yeah, I wish I could just focus on something that's not crit rate in this game. Like, I don't like that I have to focus on crit rate or crit damage in this game. To do additional damage, that is.
Being too popular can be such a hassle.
Do I have any more gameplay available to me today? I think I already spent my resin. I think I already did dailies. Oh. I could do this, but I don't really want to do that. Is this combat? No, it's not. It is not combat. Alright, well. Then use DPS Kokomi? That's not at all the same. Because her main role is like HP. Is healing, not HP. I mean, okay, in this game I will deal with it because I need to deal with it, but it's not like I like having to do so. Is the thing. I'm only gonna deal with it because I have to. They kind of put me in that box to deal with it, so That's the only reason I gotta sit here and deal with it. Because if I don't have crit damage and I'm not doing damage, I don't really like that, but I have to have some kind of ratio like this. I need to I think I need to work on this character, don't I? Yep. And this is a constant for most of my characters, where like some of the artifacts will be level 20 and then others will be like 16. I just don't level up things all the way because I don't have enough materials. I don't have enough. I could walk around to that and get a bunch of stuff, but stats are cute. What do you even mean by that? I think I need more crit damage for sure. It's the main thing I want though. Is she HP crit? I have no idea. And that's the funny thing. I'll do this once and then won't touch it again. Nah, HP Hydra and crit damage. Yeah. I need some more HP though. Attack, I don't really want that. Yeah, I need some more HP on her. Defense, bro. You hate to see defense. You hate it. Defense. This one's not too bad. This one's okay. Hydra Goblet? I don't have her C2. Is there a difference? People keep telling me that her C2 is whatever. Oh, okay. I see why I would do that. Hydro Goblet for C2, HP for C0 to C1. I mean, I don't think I have a HP Goblet. If I do have one, it's probably on. Oh, okay, never mind. Gives me 9. What else does this give me? Crit damage. I need crit rate, HP, crit damage, and ER. I mean, cool, I have attack, I guess, but what do I currently have? I'm not really losing anything there. I should use my elixirs to craft a double crit HP Goblet. Nah, I need them to make that what's it called? Transmitter? Is that what it's called? Transmuter. I need them to make this just better. I'm not gonna interact with this dumb I'm not gonna interact with this dumb thing unless they make that better. I just think it's stupid. And I think the biggest reason why I think it's dumb is because I've played other games that don't do things like this. And don't like make it essentially harder for the player. But what if I got a godly artifact from it? Yeah, but what if I get a godly artifact at random? You know what I mean? Like, but what if I just get a godly artifact at random? it would be better if they could just let me outright make my artifact. Cause then I could be like, okay, then I'll give you that, you know, like if I could just outright make it. This doesn't just allow me to outright make it. Lived in delusion? What? Who are we talking about? But would it not be better if they just allowed me to make it? Like objectively? I'm saying that it would be better for them to allow me to make it. The dude that refused to accept that Genshin is going downhill? Who is that? Who is that? Oh, wait, the dude who refused to accept that Genshin is going downhill. Yeah, who is that? If you, in the video you were watching when I joined, oh. Okay, so the reason why I didn't know who are you referring to is because he never like said anything like that, so I just didn't understand. But now I get what you mean. He definitely would be the type of person that would want me to interact with this and say that it's perfectly fine. Sekapoko, he just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think this would just be better if I could just make the artifact. If I could take 4 artifacts and I could take their substats, choose whatever substats I wanted, and then just apply it to whatever artifact I'm making, I think that would just be better. Why not just let me do that? You know, like, okay, I know they're not gonna let me do that. Like, I know that. That's why I'm not interacting with this, because I know they're not gonna do that. But it would be better if they just let me make it. I mean, like, it's been years since this game came out. Like, it's genuinely the least they could do. If I'm gonna be honest, that's the least they could do.
Else more interesting to do?
In my opinion. My opinion's not the end all be all, but that's just my opinion. But we don't have any more gameplay today. Man, look, I'm trying to stand on my principles. I'm trying to stand on my principles. I might have slipped here and there, but I'm trying to stand on my principles here. I just don't want to interact with that system. It's the same thing with the weapon banner. Like, I'm not interacting with the weapon banner when I know it's a scam. And it's okay with it's okay that other people want to do that, but I just don't want to do that. You just want it to be cringe? That's crazy. Alright, well, they're gonna have to, I don't know when the next time I'm gonna stream. It might be a while. Cause, you know, I only started streaming because I just had to talk about the insanity going on in that video. You were shown the weapon banner when waiting on a character to pull. And you wait a lot. Yeah, apparently. I just don't like the precedent that the weapon banner puts out there. In addition to it just being a scam.
Who knew the people would adore me so much?
and I need them to give me a skip button too. I would play this story. I think the reason why I haven't played this part of the story yet is because I've seen what happens, and I just don't want to go through I don't want to go through the jail, bro. I don't. I don't want to do that. I don't like the president either. I prefer the mayor. I prefer the mayor. Oh my gosh. Man. Alright, well, okay. Let me figure out when the next time I'm gonna stream. I don't know, it's probably gonna be a while before I stream. Cause if I stream, it may either be way earlier than now or way later than now, but it's not gonna be set in stone. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with this new place. I gotta get set in. Not consistent? No, not yet. Not yet. Besides, all I would be doing is complaining about Genshin all the time anyway. Like, it's, you know, it's, I'm not gonna give you that much content. But you know, I'll probably say like a lot of controversial things about characters and stuff. Like Siegelene, bro, hate Siegelene. I know people like Siegelene, but nah. Chat disappeared off stream too. I mean, where did I get my PNG guy? I drew that. I drew that. Oh, the chat disappeared off stream. Off stream. Okay, hold on, let me see. I don't know why that is. Okay, I don't know why that did that. That's odd. People like Siegelene? Yeah, people like Siegelene. I can't get behind it, but I guess they like that, bro. What happened to my dude? Wait, what happened to my layout? Okay, it's working over here. Okay. I don't know what happened there. That was strange. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, I'll have to settle into the new place and then see when I'm gonna stream or not. I do not have a Discord for people to go through if they want to go to that. So, well, that's not true. I do have a Discord, but it's mega dead. So, not really the greatest place to go. So I mean, I guess I'll just be around whenever the next time I get on. We shall see. Anyway, I'm gonna head on out of here. I appreciate you for joining. Really appreciate you. Very rare Genshin player right here. Very rare. Someone that can actually look at the game critically. Man, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. I'll catch you in the next one, whenever that may be. I'm getting on out of here.